even if that is very, very sad. The stories the victims tell us must be heard by many more people to make awareness rising processes going faster and faster. And this film festival is one of those very crucial points to make people learn much better on all those facts. As the 2015 UN Women's Study shows clearly, having women at the peace tables strengthens accountability for implementation. So put women to the peace tables and you will have more accountability to governments and the civil society. Statistically, peace treaties concluded with women's participation have a greater chance of being upheld than those concluded without women. And we have to learn to look on an involvement of men much better. Peace building requires an awareness of how men and women together can better contribute to sustainable peace and security. So let me finish my brief intervention with a quote from the open letter to the UN General Assembly these days. They call it, "It is time for renewal." This letter was sent out in September, just now, from eminent persons, former ministers of government and United Nations officials, including Margit Wallström. This eminent person, she served as the first United Nations Special Representative on Sexual Violence in Conflict from 2010 to 2012. And I quote from the letter, "It is time for governments to scale up commitments and actions for a world that is fairer, more inclusive and sustainable. Let future generations look back on 2020 as the year when humanity, its leaders and decision makers recognized the need for a shared future of dignity, hope, and prosperity for all. And let us use this 25th anniversary of the United Nations as an opportunity to inspire and speed up the actions so urgently needed to honor the principles and vision enshrined in the United Nations Charter." Quotes end. Finally, a second and last quote by Major General Patrick Kamad, a former UN peacekeeping operation commander in the Democratic Republic of Congo. He said, "It is more dangerous to be a woman than to be a soldier in a modern hybrid conflict." And to finish my brief intervention, I urge you all to make this statement untrue. Let us all go together for peace and security for all, for men and women. And let us stop war everywhere. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this wonderful introduction, and I'm so happy that it worked, that you're here with us online today. That was quite a journey. Thank you also for your inspiring words of reminding us what we need to be aware of. So we do have the short possibility to ask one or two questions to you. Is there anyone in the audience who would have a question after this powerful speech? No, I do have one personally. Because we are at the film festival, what in particular would you wish of storytellers in the context of telling stories or making aware of the issue of sexualized violence? What can we as storytellers contribute to the discussion you just wonderfully described?
Anna, I hope that the stories you will all listen to in the next days will give you some more time to reflect on actions to go against those situations. And I wish all of you that you learn from these stories to help those victims of war, rape, and war existing threats, that we do all what we can to stop war everywhere. So emotionally be binded to the stories and live for a short while with those stories and the people who tell it to you. So bring all your emotional power to the scene and listen carefully, be impressed, and act afterwards to look for possibilities really to change the situations, not only in Syria and in Palestine or Afghanistan, but also look for the small and seems to be little wars we have during domestic violence time all around us. The pandemic shows us that being put to homes again let really increase the numbers of domestic violent cases enormously. So be aware, be open, be sensitive to look at your neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this great answer. We hope to see you next year in person in Berlin to continue the conversation when times are a bit easier. Thank you so much for joining us today. Yeah.
Thank you, and all the best.
Yeah, 1 second. I think there's a question. I'm sorry, you need to use the mask and speak in the microphone, otherwise she and I won't hear you probably. I'm sorry.
So it's not actually a question. I just wanted to affirm, as we are telling our stories, it's not just we are victims of wars, we are also survivors. So I just wanted to stress on the discourse being tackled while we are saying our story, it's not just we are victims, we are also survivors. Just this is important to have from the beginning of the day. And I didn't want to be so critical, but I just wanted to make sure that
no worries. I think it's critical to use the word survivors more than victims.
I mean, not necessarily just, because also, I mean, it's
however the
debatable,
person
but both
feels.
is important to be like stressed on. Thank you.
A comment on this from your side?
Yes, it's excellent to stick on that, because we are always positive agents for change, as we name it in the UN. So survivors, and with this capacity and quality, really to prevent for next conflicts, to be positive agents for change.
Thank you so much, and have a lovely day.
The same to you, and much efforts to let people learn about that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
So give us a second to change to our next speaker. It's in times of Corona, it's rather challenging to get all the people from all over the world here. We can't just fly them in. We have to see that the technical means are met. And, yeah, do we have sound as well? Wonderful. So give us one more moment. And then we will start with our second keynote speech of the day. You see the other speakers are already waiting, so it's all wonderful. I'm waiting for a sign that we could start.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Wonderful. Welcome.
Okay, good, because I had difficulty hearing, so I wasn't sure if
it's a pleasure meeting you.
There's a bit of an echo.
And the stage is yours. Welcome.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and start. I just want to start by saying thank you so much for inviting me to participate. It's really a pleasure for me to be with all of you today. And I think what is very exciting about events like this is bringing people together from different backgrounds: lawyers, journalists, filmmakers, psychologists, and others who all come to this very difficult issue of sexual violence and conflict from different perspectives. Sorry, there's an issue with an echo. We all, I think, are coming to this issue as a way of trying to respond and trying to help and support the survivors, but we do it in different ways. And many of us engage with the victims and survivors and ask them to tell their stories. As lawyers, we do that because we want them to help them get some kind of a legal benefit or pursue justice. As journalists or filmmakers, it's important to gather those stories to get the word out about atrocities so that they don't stay silent and so that the world will know what happened and respond. Psychologists might ask victims and survivors to talk about their stories as part of the recovery and healing process. And so we're all coming to this with the best of intentions, but I think the important thing to keep in mind is that when we ask people who have been through incredibly traumatic events, it's important to remember that we might be causing harm and put them in a very difficult position. So I was living in the Kurdistan region of Iraq in 2014 when the Islamic State attacked Mosul and 3 months later attacked Sinjar, towns and villages all around the mountain from the south to the north, where the Yazidi community and other communities were living, but these were their ancestral homes. Many individuals escaped into the mountains and eventually the Kurdistan region, but an estimated 5,000 women and girls, as well as men, were abducted by the Islamic State. And as many of you probably know, they were subjected to extreme sexual violence, sold between different militants, transported around the caliphate, subjected to very violent, brutal attacks and witnessed atrocities against their children and their families and community. Very early on, some of those women started to escape. And I remember seeing one of the first escapees on a local TV station. And she told a story of what happened. And it was really quite shocking for everyone to hear about these militants sexually assaulting women from the very moments that they abducted them. And it was interesting to note that this woman didn't say that this had happened to her. And that made sense because we were in a community where to be abducted, to be raped, put your honor into question and put you at risk of retaliation from your own community, put you at risk of rejection from your own family. And so it made sense, given that context, that someone wouldn't talk about what happened to them. But then something changed that was quite dramatic and unprecedented. And Baba Sheikh, who was the spiritual leader of the Yazidi community and the spiritual council, decreed that the women would come back with their honor intact. And this had not happened before. And so it was really an opportunity, and it gave a message to the women that you can come back to our community and we will welcome you. And many families accepted those women back and supported them. And it was a very important step, even though it was fraught with a lot of challenging issues. The interesting thing is that as more and more women and girls started to escape, they were living in the camps. The entire Yazidi community, about 350,000 people, fled from Sinjar and were put in camps all over the Kurdistan region. And so as more and more girls and women escaped, more and more journalists were also coming to Iraq to report on the Islamic State. And many of them started going to the camps looking for these women and girls to tell their stories. And I started to hear things that I found really disturbing. I heard stories about victims and survivors being asked to tell their stories over and over again, sometimes 15 to 20 times. stories about journalists offering money to them to tell their stories, community members pressuring them. So like the first woman who didn't want to speak, suddenly all of these victims and survivors who would have never spoken before about such atrocities were talking in great detail. And it was clear from the publications that they were being asked to talk about details regarding rape and trauma and atrocities that they witnessed in captivity. So I said, let me see if, you know, I would be interested in seeing how the women themselves feel about their experiences with the media. And so I reached out to a good friend of mine who's a sociologist, Dr. Johanna Foster, who teaches at Monmouth University. And we decided to do the research, and that led to our first publication, Voices of Yazidi Women. And it's really about their perception. So, you know, I have my own views as a lawyer working and representing survivors of gender-based violence, but more importantly, I wanted to hear from the women. And so we interviewed, well, I interviewed, I was living here at the time, this was in 2016, so 2 years after the initial attacks, 26 women, and half of those women were survivors. We never asked anyone whether or not they were a survivor. It just happened to be that way. And we also didn't ask questions about what happened to them in captivity. Our focus was on their engagement with the media. I want to briefly tell you what our 5 findings were. And I'll give you 1 or 2 quotes from the women because I think their voices are very powerful. So the first finding was that the women said that they felt pressured to talk, and not just from the media, from the NGOs. There were many NGOs going into the camps and asking these women to talk about what happened to them. But they were also pressured by their community, and specifically a lot of the men in the community who said, the international community is interested in this issue. If we talk about it, this is going to help us get help for our community. It was the motivation made sense. The problem was that it put a lot of women and girls in the situation where they were not necessarily free to make that decision. I'll just tell you a quote of what one of the women said. She's a Yazidi woman who helped facilitate a lot of those interviews, and she was also involved in some of the rescues and supporting a lot of the women who came back. She said, sometimes I visit the girls with journalists. They bring with them interpreters from Arbil. Some of them are men, the journalists are men, and the translators are Sorani speaking, and the survivors speak Kurmanji, and they are very different dialects. So many times when I visit with the journalists, I have to translate from Sorani to Kurmanji. And the girls are maybe not comfortable talking to men. Sometimes they don't want to talk to the media, but because a friend like me asked them to, they talk with the media. The second finding was that women experienced and talked about suffering intense emotional pain when they talked about their traumatic experiences. So we were not psychologists. We could not inquire into trauma per se, but we did ask about the emotional experiences of talking to the media. 70% of the survivors and 54% of the women overall said that the women experienced strong negative emotional responses as part of their experience. One woman said, it is difficult. When they come here each time, we tell them our stories. We go back to them like a flashback. We go back again to ISIS. I remember everything. We have flashbacks. It is difficult, too much. They remind us of what happened to us again and again. It's difficult sometimes when we're sitting together with our family and children and we talk about it, and I have pain in my heart. And I tell them, please, enough, I cannot talk about that. Please don't remind me, it's not easy. At the same time, our third finding was that a significant number of women felt that it was worthwhile to engage with the media. I think that's very important. 75% of women felt this way. Many of them did want to tell their stories, and 31% of the women we interviewed reported positive feelings after the interviews. So one of them said, it is not bad to reveal your feelings to someone, that you're just telling what you faced and that it was difficult. It's not a bad thing to talk. Before ISIS came, I was not comfortable to talk in interviews, but now I am talking. I'm talking to you here. I've never wanted to be interviewed before, to be honest. On the other hand, most of the girls feel upset after giving interviews, but then they start to sing and they start to talk more. I think that suggests that there is real potential for empowerment and storytelling about atrocities. And of course, we'll think more about what that means. The fourth finding was that the women felt betrayed, frustrated, and angry because they shared those stories and they didn't really get an adequate global response. 60% of the women reported being really dissatisfied with the global response, even though they knew there was significant media attention. So what they wanted was help getting their women back from captivity. They wanted international protection to go back to Sinjar. They wanted a humanitarian response. Of course, there was a humanitarian response, but 2 years later, they were sitting in the camps and many of them were in a difficult situation. We are now 6 years later and very little has changed. One survivor said, almost all the world knows about it. Everyone wrote about it. And survivors came and there will be an article, something published about it. But by the end of the day, you calculate it, we don't feel that anything has happened. The fifth finding was that the media undermined the personal safety of the survivors and their relatives. So this was a really important finding. 80% of the women overall and 90% of the survivors said they thought it was a bad idea to disclose information like their names, like their faces, like their locations. They were concerned about retaliation, not just towards them, but towards their relatives who were still in captivity. So one of the women herself said that she experienced this, that when one of her relatives escaped and spoke to the media, ISIS retaliated against them and beat them more. When you look up Yazidi women in the media, you often find an image where there's a scarf covering their face. And I think people believe that this affords anonymity to the survivors. I asked some of the survivors, do you feel that your identity is protected by wearing a scarf over your face? One of the women said, with photos, even with my face covered, I did not feel safe. They know everything about me. They know me from my eyes. Even I know them when they are covered just by their eyes. So that was followed up with our second publication, which really looked at the way that these stories were reported. So much of the Voices piece looked at how the stories were gathered, what did the women say about their experiences and what they thought about how the story was told. In the second one, we analyzed 75 English language publications over a 6-month period. And one of the things that emerged from that research was that there was a very singular narrative of rape and enslavement of passive victims. So most of the stories focused on what happened from the time women were abducted until the time they were released, and often in great graphic detail. But when you talk to the women, there's much more to their story and to them as people that wasn't really told, as well as what their priorities were in telling the story. The second finding was that the framing did put survivors at risk of shame and stigmatization. So even though oftentimes in reporting on rape, you find that there's a lot of victim blaming, in this case, we just found that there was a lot of degrading language and depictions of what happened, especially going into gratuitous details of rape and enslavement. And then also that really led to sort of community level stigmatization towards the women. And then the third was that many of them were put at risk, potentially put at risk because of exposure of identifying information. So 61% of the articles that we analyzed revealed names and faces and other details. So I just want to conclude by saying, you know, we all agree that there is value in telling these stories. We shouldn't be silent in the face of atrocities, whether we're journalists or lawyers or psychologists and the survivors themselves. It's important to get those stories out there. The question really is, how do we capture that information? And what are the stories that we tell? So one of the things that I found, the story that was really missing from the genocide of the Yazidis is the story of courage and resistance and bravery that the women exhibited in captivity and when they fled. So imagine taking that first step out of the house where you are held captive by the Islamic State because you want to be free. What those women went through, the bravery they showed in protecting their children and fighting against the aggressive armed militants was just incredible. But I really didn't find that that story was told. And the other story that wasn't told was, who really are these women? Because they are more than their victimhood. They are more than the injuries that they suffered. And so I really want us to think about, you know, if we tell a different story, how might that change how the survivors themselves internalize their experience, maybe internalize less of the shame and stigma, and how we perceive them, not only as passive victims, but as potential agents of change and resistance against patriarchal violence against women. I just want to end with a quote from Nadia Murad, who many of you know as the Nobel Prize winner and a very outspoken survivor about the atrocities committed against Yazidi women. In the film On Her Shoulders, she makes a really important point. She says, these are not the questions that you should be asking me, meaning, don't keep asking me to talk about the rape that I experienced. You should be asking me, how can the Yazidi community achieve justice? So again, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm happy to answer questions now or later in the panel discussion, and I really look forward to hearing from all of the speakers today.
Yeah, dear Sherizaan, thank you so much. It was the points you picked out and presented, it was just really important to hear them and to getting even more aware about what storytellers are missing, because I completely agree with you. Those women are especially brave, and we should show their bravery before all else. Are there questions from the room for now? Yeah? No? No. So we will start with the panel discussion, and I'm sure we will come back with questions to you later. You do have some sound problems. Thank you so much. We will come to you, back to you later. Okay. So our next guest here is, we are trying an experiment. We are doing a hybrid discussion, which is a bit bold at those times. I welcome on stage Alexandra and Lily Alexandra also, who are going to talk about accountability with Alejandra from REDRESS, and Vandita is going to moderate. Please welcome them on stage and give them a warm clap. So, yeah, we do have enough space between each other. We are still trying to get our two co-panelists online. So I thought I will start by asking you two myself questions, if that's fine. We are going to talk about accountability in the context of conflict-related sexualized violence, and about how difficult it is to achieve. And after listening to this presentation just now, I was wondering, does the depiction of the crimes that the women go through, it does challenge society in how they perceive those crimes. How do you think that interacts with the way those crimes are prosecuted? That's a big question.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know, is my mic's on. I think just maybe Sherizaan's work is amazing. I'm a huge admirer of her work. And sort of a point she concluded with was that the women told their stories in hope to achieve justice. So criminal accountability could be one avenue to achieve that justice. And there are, of course, other avenues to be explored. But I think in the Yazidi example, what's really sort of symbolic for a broader structural problem is that at the forefront of the storytelling, we see sexual enslavement and rape. And we do have already cases on trial, but the sexual enslavement of the women that brought attention to the Yazidi cause, to the international crimes committed against the Yazidis. The sexual enslavement and rape of the women is completely absent from the judicial proceedings and the trials going on in Germany, for example, right now. We do have an ongoing trial for genocide, but sexual enslavement is not even part of the charges against the accused. So we really need to ask ourselves, how not to reproduce the violence and discrimination that the survivors experienced already through their societies, through the violence itself. And when we tell the stories, it needs to be informed and directed by the people who have experienced them. And all actors, including lawyers, including prosecutors, including investigators, including journalists, need to really not come and impose their work on what they think they want to do, but really work with the communities themselves.
I think that was a beautiful introduction. In our next panel, we do have our 2 online guests here as well. For you, for the orientation, Vandita is going to be our moderator of the session. I leave the stage to you, and hopefully we have sound in a second.
In the meantime, to make a quick clarification, I'm actually Kristina, not Alejandra.
Sorry.
That is Alejandra.
I'm so sorry.
No problem.
Brauchen wir noch eine Sekunde? Dann frage ich noch Fragen. Okay, it seems we have some sound issues, so I will start with some more questions for Kristina.
Maybe I could also just say a word or two on the question you previously asked on the interaction between the law and storytelling. Because of course, through how we prosecute certain crimes, of course, we also tell stories, right? We shouldn't just assume that law is a given. Law is man-made, and quite literally, law tends to be man-made. That is, legal norms are often written, prosecuted, judged by men. So of course we need to question how we frame certain crimes or certain behaviors, such as conflict-related sexual violence, legally. And I think that this is a very important point that I believe we will talk about to a great extent also in this panel is, are we reproducing certain narratives within how we prosecute crimes? For example, we talked about, earlier we touched upon the question between victim and survivor. Me personally, I am going to refer a lot to the term victim in the next discussion because legally speaking, we have relationships between, for example, perpetrators and victims. And a victim, or being a victim, is a legal position. And as for now, this is what the law has to work with. There is no concept there's no concept of survivor, or there's really only this static victim, and of course this is also something which is reproduced in these legal processes then, because it's not just an abstract concept. If you have legal proceedings, for example, what is the space for someone to tell their stories? So usually this is limited, if you are a victim, for example, to giving testimony, but also here often prosecutors or judges will be asking questions which are very much geared towards what kind of finding they need to make or what kind of information they make. So this is often not really the space for survivors to tell their stories in a way which they want them, but they are really just fulfilling, so to speak, the legal needs of the people around them in the courtroom. So I think that there are definitely a lot of interactions here between the law and storytelling, and also how we see and how we view victims and survivors, which of course again interacts between reality, subjectivity, and also the legal part of it.
Thank you so much, that was wonderful. We do have all 4 speakers here with audio, so I would give the word to Vandita to start the questions and leave the panel to you.
Yes. Can you hear me now? Yeah? Okay, great. First and foremost, thank you so much for having me. The aim of this panel is to set the scene for the legal concept and context of conflict-related sexual violence. In order to discuss this, I have the pleasure to introduce 3 absolutely incredible panelists. Our first panelist is Christina Hatas, a research associate for public international law and human rights law at the Hertie School of Governance. Christina's research focus lies in the area of gender-based violence in international criminal law, as well as feminist approaches to transitional justice. Our second panelist is Alexandra Kather, an international legal expert working with survivors, affected communities, civil society, and lawyers towards justice for international crimes. She has worked on cases in front of national as well as international courts and UN mechanisms. Her work is predominantly concerned with the gendered commission as well as the gendered impact of international crimes, including sexualized violence. She is currently a legal advisor at the European Center for Constitutional and Human Rights with their International Crimes and Accountability Program. Our third and final panelist is Alejandra Vicente, the head of law at REDRESS. Alejandra has previously worked at the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia and served as legal director at the Center for Justice and International Law. She's led extensive strategic litigation efforts on conflict-related sexual violence as well as sexual violence and gender-based violence before various bodies, including the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. In order to briefly introduce myself, I am a human rights lawyer and currently an MPhil in law candidate at the University of Oxford. I have previously been a critical legal trainee with the International Crimes and Accountability Program at the European Center for Constitutional and Human Rights, where I had the opportunity to work on issues of gender-based violence and sexual slavery as a form of gender-based discrimination under international criminal law as well as international human rights law. So in terms of structure, I thought in order to get the most out of the extremely rich experiences of our panelists, we've decided to invite our panelists to make brief presentations on certain thematic areas, after which I will be proposing a few questions to them and then opening it up for the audience to ask questions. The legal concept of conflict-related sexual violence is notoriously difficult to grasp, to identify. The term in itself begs a few questions. For instance, is conflict-related sexual violence unique? How, if at all, is it different from sexual violence in non-conflict or ordinary times? In order for us to grasp these conceptual underpinnings, I invite Kristina to share her insights on what conflict-related sexual violence means and where it is located within our existing understanding of international criminal law and human rights law.
Thank you so much, Vandita. I think you already put it very well. It's notoriously difficult to grasp. And maybe just to start up, and before we turn to the very much legal side of this, I would like to touch upon what do we understand when we speak about sexual violence or, for example, also domestic violence in contrast to conflict-related sexual violence. And sexual violence is usually in most legal systems defined as any act of sexual nature which takes place without the consent or without the capacity to give consent of an individual. And here, so to speak, we could have this happening in any type of relationship, in any type of ordinary times. Now I'm putting this in quotation marks and we will get in a second to the point why. And when we speak about domestic violence, here often it is the relationship between the victim or survivor and the perpetrator which is decisive. So this will be, for example, intimate relationships such as partners, ex-partners, or family members. And this can include any type of violence, which can be physical or also non-physical, which takes place. Now, to contrast this to conflict-related sexual violence is the context in which this crime or this type of behavior happens. And we use the term conflict-related in contrast to earlier notions, which were, for example, wartime rape or later on sexual violence in conflict, to now call it conflict-related sexual violence. And the reason behind this is to give it a broader scope, both geographically and in terms of time, because peu à peu we had the realization that it is not only that rape, for example, or sexual violence takes place only in wars or in conflict as deliberate strategies. They also happen at the sidelines of conflict. They also happen before, when there's political turmoil, for example, or they also happen in the aftermath of conflict during reconstruction phases or before there is, so to speak, a law and order restored. But this is still how you would say that there's a proximity or causation between an ongoing violent conflict and the sexual violence which is happening. Legally speaking, we will find sexual violence or domestic violence typically governed by domestic laws. There are also international conventions defining and regulating this, but typically these are crimes which are regulated and prosecuted in domestic law. In contrast, conflict-related sexual violence is something which has been at least tried to be included and defined within international law, first and foremost in humanitarian law and in international criminal law. International humanitarian law is also often called the law of war, and this regulates the type of behavior which is permitted or, on the contrary, prohibited in times of armed conflict. And international criminal law stems from the idea that certain crimes are of such importance or are so egregious that they are not the concern only of individual states within themselves, but it is actually the concern of the entire international community. And we have, in the last decades, seen an inclusion, step by step, of conflict-related sexual violence into this fabric of international criminal law. I'll briefly outline the three main so-called core crimes which are included in international criminal law and where we can also find acts of conflict-related sexual violence. On the one hand, we have, as I mentioned previously, humanitarian law and war crimes. So here we have specifically listed acts of sexual violence such as, for example, rape or enslavement, which are not permitted during times of war. We have crimes against humanity, which consist of a systematic or widespread attack of an organization or a government against a civilian population. Here also, for example, forced sexual enslavement or trafficking can also fall under such crimes of humanity. And lastly, also, sexualized violence can constitute an act of genocide. And genocide is the act of which pursues the intention to destroy whole or in part a group of people which are designated along, for example, their race, religion, nationality, or ethnicity. I believe I am already a bit over my time, so I would just like to lastly touch upon the question of do we have this ordinary or extraordinary violence? International criminal law really does follow this type of notion that there is such a thing as extraordinary violence, which merits special attention. However, there is of course a lot of debate on whether sexual violence in times of conflict simply appears. It is simply extraordinary, or whether it doesn't actually, which is much more likely, build on ordinary violence in ordinary times, because patriarchal structures and oppression along lines of gender, sexual orientation, ethnicity, etc., of course, are pre-existing and get exacerbated in times of violent conflict. Vandita, are you still with us?
Thank you so much for giving the overview. If Vandita is not coming back.
Yeah.
There you are.
Thank you so much, Kristina, for sharing your comments with us and setting a very strong foundation for us to both see certain markers of conflict-related sexual violence and at the same time also complicate it with different crimes that exist in our own existing understanding of international criminal law and humanitarian law, and how different aspects of in the international legal order get implicated when we speak of conflict-related sexual violence. I wanted to actually touch upon something that Kristina hinted at right at the end, which is that there seems to be an understanding of a binary of ordinary vis-a-vis extraordinary violence. And in that it lies on a continuum of sexual violence. Conflict-related sexual violence doesn't seem to be an aberration or a discrete, isolated act. There seems to be something in the very nature of conflict-related sexual violence that is deeply embedded in structures of discrimination on grounds of sex, gender, but also ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation, gender identity, economic background. And so now I invite Lily to share her incredible insights and experiences with us on the continuities between sexual violence, conflict-related sexual violence, and discrimination, as well as the legal implications of recognizing these.
Thank you so much, Vandita and Kristina, for the introduction. And I would like to thank the Human Rights Film Festival Berlin and the Artworks Project for deciding to dedicate an entire morning and afternoon to the topic of storytelling on conflict-related sexual violence. Because I think the time is urgent to take a step back and really reflect on strategies that have already been employed, what tools have been used, what has worked, what hasn't worked, what in part even harmed not only survivors, but also accountability processes, and how we can do better in the future. So I think they are connected to the topic of the Human Rights Film Festival. The future is really now, and I think politically, even if we leave the space of conflict-related sexual violence, we are at a time where it's really apparent that the future belongs to us or can belong to us, but that it's also a moment to stand still and really reflect. And I think what we should do or can do today is really to explore ways of mindful and safe, but yet impactful storytelling. And that also the future of social justice work is no longer about sort of charismatic individual leaders at the forefront, but it's really about our ability to collaborate with one another across disciplines. And how we can enrich each other's work and effort. And I think if we speak about storytelling, what is really incredible, it's not only that it puts the perspectives, or should put the perspectives of the survivor at the forefront, but it can also be an avenue to really highlight the structural dimension of the violence and the oppression that caused conflict-related sexual violence. And maybe before I dive into more the content, I would also like to say that sexual violence is a threat to peace that has been recognized by, for example, the UN Security Council, who passed 9 resolutions by now on this topic. We know that predominantly women bodies, queer bodies, are under attack by not only states that are authoritarian in character, that are oppressing their civilian populations, but also by non-state armed actors. At the same time, who we see in accountability spaces, who we see at peace tables are men. We see an absence of women and LGBT persons. And until this changes, female and queer bodies will remain under attack, and we won't see a peace that is feminist in nature. So I think here, not only legal processes, but a combination between legal processes that are informed by survivor communities, their perspectives, that is something we can only reach in collaboration with one another. And in order to do that, we need to ask ourselves, what is the harm that has been done? Why are we harming ourselves in this way? What are the reasons for it? And how do we recognize our own privilege in really practicing a form of solidarity that can lead us to a different future? So Vandita already mentioned that the causes for conflict-related sexual violence can be multiple and intersecting in nature. And I would like to start with the most probably obvious one, which would be gender. So clearly sexual violence, which is an attack to the person's sense of self. It's an attack and violation of their sexual rights and their sense of sexual integrity. And it also can affect in a biological but also psychological way, the reproductive capacity and really be in violation of a person's reproductive capacity. And first and foremost, gender plays a role because it's really the oppression of women, but also the oppression of persons that fall not under the heteronormative idea of what a gender a person should be, that we are really stuck in this binary that we need to break, and that results to verbal but also physical violence against women and queer bodies and people. And that often intersects in conflict with other grounds. So for example, race or ethnicity, religion, also class, and also the geographical point where the persons are from can play a role. So if we go back to the example Sherizaan was talking about, which was the genocide against the Yazidi people, that in itself, the genocide and the international crimes committed is very much gendered in nature, in that the violence committed against persons varies depending on their gender. So for example, men were predominantly taken away and killed versus women, unmarried women, quote unquote, of a certain age, and girls were taken away and enslaved for not only sexual purposes, but also forced domestic servitude. And there we clearly need to see that we need to not only take into account the gender, but it was not because only those girls were girls that were taken away, but because they were in their ethnicity Kurdish, and at the same time their religion was Yazidi. And politically speaking, they were sort of opposing the controlling, dominating power on the territory, which was Daesh. So we have a variety of grounds that are really underlying the sexual violence that was committed in nature. And here I would like to underline what Kristina already said, is that when we speak of storytelling and conflict-related sexual violence, there is a tendency to equate conflict-related sexual violence with rape. And I think during the course of the day, I would really like to encourage everyone to move away from that. Yes, conflict-related sexualized violence is rape, but it's also forced nudity, it's also forced abortion, it's forced prostitution. Sexual violence does not need to be physical in nature. It's also sexual violence to force someone else to watch sexual violence being committed, or to commit sexual violence against another person, which we see often in a detention setting. And I think the law is quite limited, or at least legal processes are quite limited to tackle those intersecting grounds of discrimination and causes that underlie sexual violence. So I think here what storytelling can do is, yes, to tell the story of a survivor informed and in the way that is wished to be told by them, but can we also move towards telling the structural background, the forms of oppression that led to the violence, and that will also impact the survivor after the crime has been committed. And how do we as storytellers, can we support the survivor in the future, in the continuation of the existence? What are the rights the survivors want to see to be realized? Is it access to justice? Is it to make use of other forms of justice, for example, healing justice, or to also see storytelling as an avenue of justice? And I think the law, I mean, Crimes Against Humanity offers in the crime of persecution the ability, and we hopefully see it slowly going ahead. So the crime of persecution has the recognition that a discriminatory element has taken place in the crimes being committed. But we often see it only used in a singular access way, so we often have gender-based persecution or religious persecution or persecution on the basis of ethnicity. But I think in order to really tackle also by the means of law the system behind sexual violence occurring, we need to, or other forms of violence, we need to take note legally and in the way we tell the stories of these intersecting grounds, because this is really the system behind the violence that occurs. It's not just gender discrimination. It's not just religious persecution, it's the combination of these factors that led to the violence that have occurred. And there was one point I wanted to make that slipped out. I think in working with the topic of conflict-related sexual violence, for me, is really working with envisioning a different future. And I think if you are a storyteller and you want to work with that topic, you should not do so without long-standing and ongoing conversations with survivors, survivor communities, and also initiatives, Sherizaan mentioned this briefly, that formed as a result of the violence that occurred. Spaces of resistance, groups that have organized. I think these are really referral points without which you cannot do legitimate storytelling. You cannot impose a story. If you impose a story, it's not a story. It's your own construct and idea that you impose on an audience, on another person. I think really this collaboration aspect is essential going forward. And also, if you tell the story about conflict-related sexual violence, survivors are rarely only survivors of sexual violence. If we look at Syria, survivors of sexual violence are also probably survivors of arbitrary detention, of torture, of enforced disappearance of their family members, of chemical weapons attacks or airstrikes. If we look at the example of the Rohingya, there are also survivors of the crime of forced displacement, for example. So we really need to broaden our view in the way we tell the story to not reduce the experience of the people we are doing this work on behalf and in collaboration with. I'm really looking forward to the rest of the day and your question, and I hope it can be an informative day for everyone.
Thank you so much, Lily, especially for linking this to the focus of our workshop today on storytelling. Now that we do have a sort of conceptual overview of conflict-related sexual violence and the different legal frameworks, I thought it would be very interesting to hear about litigating conflict-related sexual violence, especially because of the focus on storytelling, and whether there are ways of telling stories of victims and survivors of conflict-related sexual violence within courtrooms in a way that is, in fact, empowering. So, without further ado, I would request Alejandra to share with us her experiences of strategic litigation on conflict-related sexual violence, and also highlight a few pressing challenges in the path to both storytelling of conflict-related sexual violence as well as ensuring legal accountability for victims and survivors.
Thank you so much, Vandita. Can you hear me well, everyone in Berlin? Yeah, okay. So first of all, my experience is mainly on human rights, strategic litigation. And I want to start by explaining to the audience what this term means. What is strategic litigation? When we think and we look at some of these conflicts, we realize that there is mass victimization. A lot of women and men have suffered sexual violence. And we realize that not all victims will have a chance to appear before a court. So what strategic litigation intends is that through one single case, we can have a broader impact. This means that we'll get a positive impact for the direct victim to get reparations and to get justice, but to also see ways in which we can impact positively the broader community. And to bring this concept to earth, I'm going to give a very illustrative example, which is the case of the women in Sepulsarco in Guatemala. This is a case that relates to indigenous Maya Ixil women who had been raped and made slaves during the military regime and the internal conflict in Guatemala. And the conflict ended in 1996, but only in 2011, a group of women decided and had the courage and and the support to get their case before the Guatemalan courts. In 2016, the court convicted 2 senior military leaders of crimes against humanity, including rape, murder, and slavery. And the court granted 18 reparation measures in favor of these women, but also in favor of their communities, including establishing a health center in the community of Sepur Sarco. This was the first time in history that a national court prosecuted sexual slavery during conflict using both national and international law. So this is a very illustrative example on how, through one case, we can achieve a broader impact for these women. And this is what strategic litigation means. Now, what are the challenges of this? Well, first of all, you will realize what happened during these years. I said the conflict finished in '96. The case was brought in 2011. What often happens in this case is that women don't speak out, or survivors in general do not speak out at first. We see this in Guatemala, but also in Peru and other conflicts where when the conflict ends, women tend to fight for their loved ones. Where is my father? Where is my brother? They are disappeared. They were killed during the conflict. I want to know what happened. And very often, they don't speak out in telling to those around what happened to them. They prioritize the stories of their relatives. This is one cause, but also women do not speak and survivors do not speak because of the stigma and the discrimination around the crimes that they suffered. And we see this in Uganda in relation to women who had been enslaved by the Lord Resistance Army. When the conflict ended and these women went back to their communities, they were also many times considered as rebels, even though they had been abducted by the rebels. And they were not welcome in their communities because they had children born of war. So these issues are present there, and many times they prevent women and men from speaking. Looking at the Uganda example, and I know we have Chris Dolan later on, but men were also victims, and the stigma in those cases is even higher, as it is higher in the case of indigenous communities, who are often the ones that suffer this violence in higher rates. And third, there are safety concerns for these survivors to speak, and this is very prevalent when conflict is ongoing. But I think it's important to note, and this has been documented by many experts, that sexual violence, for the reasons that Alexandra Lily was explaining before me, sexual violence takes place before conflict, during conflict, and after conflict. And if you look at many internal wars and civil wars, you will see that when the conflict ends, many violations stop. Enforced disappearance, killings, etc. Sexual violence often continues. And I think we have to realize that for women, it's very difficult in this context to speak about what's going on with them and what's happening. Second, it's very difficult to obtain evidence that may be required to prove a crime in a national or international court. As you can imagine, most of these crimes take place without witnesses, and often we only have the testimony of the victim. This testimony often has inconsistencies, which are absolutely normal considering the trauma that survivors have experienced. But these will often be used to question the legitimacy and the weight of the victim's story and to attack her story. In the judicial system, many judges will not be relying solely on the testimony of the victim. Some courts, for instance, at the international level or human rights courts, have recognized that the testimony is enough to prove the crime, but this often creates a conflict. The third cause or challenge is that often rape and sexual violence are not considered as important as other crimes, and I think Lily talked about this, but for many years, even international courts were only looking at disappearances, killings, torture, and there is Michelle Jarvis, who used to be deputy prosecutor at the Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, and now is investigating crimes in Syria. but she has an article that includes a really interesting quote, but by one staff member of the Yugoslavia Tribunal who said at some point, I have 10 bodies, why would I look at sexual violence when I have the evidence here on the other crimes? So this was the attitude at first in some of these courts. And then, of course, there has been a lot of evolution and much more attention paid to these crimes. And finally, and I will close with this, there is a huge risk of re-victimization. And Sherizaan spoke about this at the start. Those of us working with victims in the legal community, the media, have to be aware of the harm that we may cause, and we need to be trained, we need to have the skills, we need to be equipped to work with survivors of sexual violence. There are many guidelines out there. There is the Murad Code, which is drafted as part of an effort by the Foreign and the Commonwealth Office in the UK with Nadia Murad, Murad's initiative on how some of these crimes can be documented and investigated, keeping into account some ethical standards. And we need to take into account that certain groups are more vulnerable than others, including children, boys and girls who may have suffered this violence, as well as women and men belonging to indigenous communities and so forth. So we need to, some of these are some of the challenges that we identify in our daily work, but I look at examining them in more detail with you later in the Q&A. Thank you, Vandita.
Thank you so much, Sandra. I thought I could open this up for a few questions that I have personally for the panelists that touch upon the conceptual, contextual, as well as remedial concerns regarding conflict-related sexual violence. I actually want to take on something from what Alejandra just said, which was that rape and sexual violence is sometimes not considered to be as important crimes in times of conflict. And perhaps I would want Kristina, if you could take us through briefly some of the legal developments towards the recognition of conflict-related sexual violence as being an important crime in some way, if there's been any work towards in both lawmaking processes as well as jurisprudence towards this recognition. Perhaps then I would also like Lily, just because I'm cautious about our paucity of time, if we could have Lily also speak a little bit about then why it is so important to both recognize as well as portray sexual violence, especially in times of conflict, as a political crime.
Thank you, Vandita. Let's just say that the path to recognition of conflict-related sexual violence hasn't been exactly a smooth and easy one, but there has been significant improvement over the course of the last decades and even centuries, because if we look historically at the attention paid to conflict-related sexual violence, it has been absolutely zero. So for a very long time, any type of sexual violence which was happening as part or on the sidelines of war or conflict was considered kind of an inherent and, well, maybe unfortunate side effect, but nothing to be done about. And the earliest time that we saw this kind of picked up and actually paid attention to was within the laws of war. So what is permitted in times of war, and so the very first codification or the prohibition of any type of sexual violence or rape was actually a crime of honor. So it wasn't even that rape or sexual violence was mentioned in the Hague Conventions or Geneva Conventions. It was only circumscribed as a crime of honor. And you can maybe ask yourself, whose honor was actually at stake? Was it actually the victims or survivors, or was it actually rather the communities or the nations which were humiliated through these kind of acts happening? But especially after the Second World War, we saw some very significant developments. So the first prosecutions of sexualized or conflict-related violence as part of crimes against humanity. And in the 1990s, we had some very significant developments in the jurisprudence. So, for example, the International Criminal Tribunals for Rwanda and the former Yugoslavia made some headway here, for example, recognizing rape as a form of torture, or also recognizing rape or sexual violence as an act of genocide. And even here we see that there has been a very slow recognition or inclusion, because some of the original indictments, so basically what the perpetrators were accused of originally in the Rwandan cases, didn't originally even include any acts of sexual violence. And again, if we're talking about storytelling, it wasn't until there was some back and forth between people giving testimonies, women giving testimonies about something actually not quite related to that, and the judges started realizing, hold on, there was a lot of sexual violence going on. Can you tell us a bit more about that? And it wasn't until this, and a lot of campaigning also of women rights advocates, that rape and other types of sexualized violence were actually added to these indictments, and then made some headway with this. Today we see sexualized violence in times of conflict codified, for example, in the statute of the International Criminal Court. However, as I mentioned, this is very limited framework part of the international core crimes. And I thought it was very interesting what Alejandra touched upon with do you dare to talk about, or do you dare to come forward with your story if it doesn't fit this typical narrative? And I think that one of these narratives that is often reproduced in international criminal law is that of stranger rape. This is something that we see also in domestic systems, that it's very easy to condemn or recognize this typical stranger rape, that, for example, someone gets attacked in a park and they are raped by someone they didn't know. And we talk less and we condemn less about, for example, that happening in intimate partner relationships, even though that is the much more prevalent form. And similarly, in international criminal law, it has been very easy to recognize that, for example, women of the enemy side of the conflict are raped. But it's very difficult to talk about what happens when your own troops, so to speak, abuse the civilian populations. So there are a lot of these narratives which are also reproduced on the international side of the codification of these crimes.
Yeah, maybe just to add to that, I mean, sexual violence in conflict is committed against women, against queer people, against children, against men, but then there's also sexual violence that is committed within armed forces state armed forces, non-state armed forces, and particularly whenever there are child soldiers, sexual violence is employed, which is essentially a tool to assert power over another individual by means of a sexualized form of violence. So sexualized violence is often utilized to really create a certain violent power hierarchy and dependency upon child soldiers. So also we need to sort of diversify our own understanding of when and how and why sexualized violence happens. And to your question, Vandita, I think why I was also sort of promoting to engage in a way of storytelling that goes beyond the individual story is because legally, what we are stuck with, especially in international criminal law, is that often it's failed to acknowledge that sexual violence was not just a singular individual incident, but that it's part and a result of a system of oppression, and that even if it was a singular accident of sexual violence, of forced abortion, of rape, it was still happening in the context or part of, for example, a systematic and widespread attack. And we now have a case in Germany that's on trial where torture against men, torture against women, arbitrary detention, all these are sort of recognized crimes that have happened, except sexual violence, which has not been recognized or charged as an international crime, but under the National Criminal Code, and therefore it has been only recognized as a singular incident. So I think when is the time that we recognize that sexualized violence is as much a systematic crime, an international crime as well, when the requirements are fulfilled, than others such as torture, for example. And there was one point I wanted to make. Give me a second. I think if we don't contextualize it well, sort of these different grounds of discrimination that lead to sexual violence, if we don't contextualize it well enough, we strip sexual violence from its political character. And that also strips ourselves from the understanding that sexual violence is being employed for a political purpose. If we look at Egypt, sexual violence is being systematically employed against women, against LGBT persons in order to oppress. Bodies are being used in order to terrorize and to instill fear. And we see this with authoritarian regimes, we see it with non-state armed actors, and I think to only portray individual stories without giving the context and sort of the systems in which they're being committed, we sort of strip that very necessary political element from the violence itself. And then we see that reproduced legally in then not being able to sort of understand it as an international crime as well. I hope that makes sense.
Yes. Thank you, Lily and Kristina. I actually wanted to link something that Alejandra said to some of the points that Lily just made, and perhaps hope that one of you would like to respond to this, which is that I think Alejandra pointed us towards a lot of persistent challenges when we litigate conflict-related sexual violence, which and as well as sexual violence. And one of them, I think, is something that Lily spoke about, which is that it is important for us to contextualize when we speak about conflict-related sexual violence in order to ensure that it doesn't, the story of conflict-related sexual violence is not one of singular acts, but one that is deeply embedded in certain forms of systematic violence or systematic discrimination. One of them, of these challenges that I think is also that victims and survivors of conflict-related sexual violence are not a homogeneous group, and so their experiences are diverse. Alejandra, perhaps you could answer this, is how can strategic litigation take this into account in the process of building a narrative of conflict-related sexual violence in courtrooms that contextualizes experiences, that doesn't essentialize the category of conflict-related sexual violence victims and survivors?
Thanks, Vandita. I think that's indeed very important to take into account the context and the particular characteristics of the group. So sexual violence may be experienced in different ways by women, for instance, who are part of a community, an indigenous community. And again, going back to the example in Guatemala, you can imagine how hard it was for some of these survivors to come forward in a judicial system that is Spanish-speaking, while they don't speak Spanish. So there are many barriers, and I think this was the case as well in the Sierra Leone court, where many victims didn't understand the concepts that were being discussed in court. So I think this is all very important to consider. And what Lily was saying is absolutely essential, to see sexual violence as one more tool that is used to harm and destroy communities in internal or international conflicts, just like enforced disappearance, torture, and other international grave crimes. Now, just to give a few, as a way of closing, a few key lessons that at least I've learned during the experience accompanying survivors. First is that we cannot take decisions on behalf of survivors. We need to involve survivors from the start, including in crafting the legal strategy of the case and the options that they have in front of them. So as I usually say, they decide and we execute. We have the technical capacity, but they are the motor of the process. Secondly, we need to take time to understand the needs of survivors and also what they understand justice to mean. In many occasions, survivors will not want to go through a judicial process. In other cases, they will prioritize that as an avenue. And we need to be aware of those differences and priorities that they put and how they understand justice. We need to provide for the needs of victims. Very often we tend to do our job as lawyers or journalists and we forget about the needs of survivors. Many of them have serious medical issues that are urgent. And those psychosocial needs have to be covered during these processes. Judicial processes can be hurtful, but if conducted in a proper way, they can also be transformative. They can empower survivors. They can help them overcome their experiences and to become stronger in the justice process or their process to seek justice and truth. And as I said before, if possible, important to find a strategic goal that could benefit the broader community. And also to say that very often legal strategies are not enough, that what we see, and that's why we call it holistic litigation, is that legal strategies have to be conducted with other strategies like advocacy, so that we get the attention of important stakeholders on this issue. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I would probably now hand it over to our offline and online moderators if there are any questions from the audience.
There are currently no questions from the online series, and as we are running extremely behind in time, I would say thank you so much for joining us. It was a truly inspiring discussions, and thank you so much for your patience with us. The next point is, no, otherwise. Are there any really urgent questions from the room that should be asked to one of the panelists who will leave us? No. So thank you so much, our online guests for joining us and our offline guests for being here and actually joining us in person. That was lovely. Our next guest, yeah, please give them a hand. So we will need just 1 or 2 minutes to settle and to have our next guest live online. So if in the meantime you want some coffee or a croissant, please feel free. We will be back on in just 2 minutes. 2. Ja, aber genug zum Kaffee holen. Und dann machen wir eine Pause. Das dauert dann noch. Genau, aber Kaffee dazwischen ist ja auch schön. Leslie kommt als nächstes. Merle hat den. Da warst du doch schon drin. Ja, ich bin da auch drin. Du musst ihn dann immer gleich schicken. Achtung. Nee, schick ein Bit at speaker minus search. Ja. Ja. Okay. Ja. Und Jörn hat den Link jetzt kriegt. Merle hat dir gerade den richtigen Link geschickt. Nee, der geht nicht. Warum geht der nicht? Leslie ist online. Merle. nicely online.
Ja.
Hat Jon den richtigen Link?
Ich habe ihm den gerade geschickt.
Geht da
Willst du
nochmal
kurz
auf
mit ihr quatschen?
Invite Participant. Okay. Da ist sie. Okay. Ja, du musst mir mal Signale geben. Ganz anderes Thema. Okay. It's now my pleasure to have with us Leslie Thomas, who showed her outstanding film, The Prosecutors, last year at the Human Rights Film Festival Berlin, and who actually inspired us to do the conference today. And it was only due to her and Anne Schroeder that it actually worked out and that we have so many amazing participants. Leslie, welcome here in Berlin. It's such a pity that this year you can't join us in person. Hopefully next year again. So I will now leave the floor to you. It's completely
great.
yours.
Thank you. I have to say, I'm looking at my page, which is covered with notes from the last panel with such brilliant speakers, and I'm endlessly impressed and guided by the folks who were talking and their work, and there's so much richness, and also to those who introduced us. But I do want to take just a quick moment to thank you and the Berlin Human Rights Film Festival and the Hertie School for joining with Anne and I, who work on the Prosecutors film and the Global Outreach and Artworks projects. This is very exciting. We have been discussing our journey as filmmakers and as storytellers and the challenges that we have faced with that for years and years in making the Prosecutors, and want to have a very collaborative and transparent conversation about the issues that we struggled with, that we continue to struggle with other members of the community. So this is extraordinarily exciting, and I hope will be a series of many, many global discussions around this issue, so that we can do better and be better as allies and advocates and champions for human rights. Very briefly, I would just like to say that the issues that were discussed so far, particularly Alejandra, who just said, kind of survivors decide, we execute. This is, I think, at the core of the issue today, and the core for those of us who are filmmakers, journalists, novelists, sort of storytellers, reporters. I think I phrased it as, if it happened to you, it's your story. It's all the same thing. The point is that if you are here as an ally and an advocate, you have a responsibility to ensure that you are not doing harm when you are trying to do good. It's a very challenging situation, and so sometimes the easiest thing to do is to say, I'm going to walk away. I am not going to do this work because I'm so anxious and nervous that I will be harmful and not positive, that I could exploit just when I was trying to do the opposite. For better or worse, that is not the decision that I as a filmmaker took in creating the Prosecutors. Having said that, the film is about 3 lawyers who prosecute conflict-related sexual violence. The goal of the film was not to tell the stories of lawyers. The goal of the film was to tell the story of how survivors and legal victims of this crime can get justice. But in conversations with victims and survivors, it was told to me over and over that they felt no particular need to continue to repeat their story. There was no benefit to them in these cases, in the people that I was speaking with. But what would be of great benefit is to share information with their communities, with others, and to learn themselves more about how to achieve justice. So there was a collaborative process, and we came up with this framework and then spent 6 years executing it, and have spent the last almost 2 years taking the film around the world, and we hope to continue to do that. That's not always the right choice. This is the choice that we made, and that is the process in which it happened. I will say that there are times when I have been on panels and have screened the film, and people have said, we find this a disrespectful choice. I've had audience members say to me, you should have made the film very much focused only on the experience of the person who went through sexual violence, and that would have been more respectful. That's a choice. It's not the choice I made, and so forth. But the good thing is that if you do this in a collaborative process, and you do this in a process where you are the executor and not confused that you are the engine, I think that you can navigate this territory. So when we made this film, we spent years and years and years following this process. And if you do watch it, you will notice that survivor stories are told in the legal framework and in the legal framework only. I would encourage filmmakers and narrative builders to find their own path through this, and really to look most specifically at collaboration and understanding. We are really excited that later today the German premiere of Bernadette Vivuya's new film, made in collaboration with Desange Kabuyo and Amani Kahakwa, that Artworks was proud to co-produce with Yole Africa, will be screened. This is a direct first-person voice story of a survivor and her thought process in relationship to her child. And the experience of making the film has been profoundly collaborative, an example to us that this can be done. We hope to facilitate more of this kind of work where we can, and simply to leverage it in the future. It's not simple, and it doesn't need to be. This is not a simple crime, and this is not a simple situation in our society. Lastly, I would just like to say that in designing this workshop kind of in the abstract, and then having the privilege of the Berlin Human Rights Film Festival take it on, we're really excited that we will be working with some case studies so that the audience today, both virtual and in present, can look at some situations that happen, real-life situations that have happened around the world, and tackle how they might build a narrative and tell a story. They're always challenging. There are no right answers. But broadly speaking, I think what it lets us do is say, if we are going to have a free and open press, if we believe in a society which, to use Karl Popper's terms, is open, how do we do that in a way that's positive? I know that we're short on time, and maybe I will pause there. And if there are any questions, that's great. And otherwise, I'm really excited about the rest of the day, and I'm beyond privileged to be here.
Dear Leslie, we are beyond privileged working with you. It's always so amazing. Let me ask the audience, are there questions from the audience that are pressing? No, I think it's early in the morning and we are really urging for some coffee. But we will see a bit more of you during the day, and there will be more opportunities to ask you questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So our next point in our program are breakout sessions, which is a rather nice format. We have 2 online breakout sessions for our guests who join us online. That is Jennifer Machland from Medica Mondiale, who will talking in a very intimate and small surrounding on Zoom on psychological and emotional consequences of sexualized violence. The Zoom link is you can find on Facebook and Twitter. So if you want to join Jennifer, just Zoom in. Can I say that? Yeah, I think so. Our second online breakout session is with Chris Dolan from the Refugee Project. And he will actually tackle a very important perspective about which we haven't talked that much today. It was touched. He will talk about male survivors and what it means for them. So also you will find the link on Facebook or Twitter or in your email. Also for the audience in here, if you want to join Jennifer or Chris, you can do that on your phone or on your computer. And if you haven't brought a computer, we can help you out there. But we also have 2 offline breakout sessions, and I would suggest to do that with coffee and croissants and just talk with our experts and ask them every question that you probably or didn't want to ask in the microphone, or maybe you would have. We do have wonderful Alexandra Lily Kather from the ECCHR, who is talking about the challenges of bringing sexualized violence cases in front of courts and finding justice for the survivors. You heard a bit of her today. It's really an amazing opportunity to learn more about it. Me personally, not being a lawyer, but having worked with ECCHR quite for some time, wow, I learned that there a lot and gained an amazing understanding how those system works. I can highly recommend that. And our second breakout, so Lily is there, just put on your masks, approach her, find a nice space here or outside where there will also be already some cake, I guess. And our second guest is Professor Dr. Kristina Wolff here on the other side of the room, and she will tackling a different layer. She will talk about the wording in media on sexual and sexualized violence, and she will especially tackle the German perspective of it, because we heard today quite a lot about sexual conflict-related sexualized violence that's happening, but at the same time, we also have to look at our own society and our own structures and how we talk about sexual violence in that sense. So please, Professor Dr. Kristina Wolff, over here. You will find her and you can talk to her. And we will be back after the breakout sessions, and after a break, you will hear a gong. resume it, and we will have Christina Wolff online later.
Ich sitze eigentlich schon so, wie ich sitzen würde. Ich sitze eigentlich schon so, wie ich sitzen würde, oder soll ich noch was verändern? Ja.
Kannst du alle Masken safen?
Von der Webcam. Ja, aber ist das besser oder das? Okay.
Nee, wir fangen jetzt an. Nee, wir drehen nichts mehr. Ja, nein. Oder, nein. From the Artworks project, who, by the way, organized most of the conference and did all the little details and Thank you so much at that point. It was just really, really amazing. And next to her is Helena from Medica Mondiale. Please don't be confused why Anne doesn't face Helena here on stage. It's because Helena sees us through that camera, so Anne is actually looking at Helena that way. Mindful storytelling. I'm looking very, very much forward to the talk between them two. And at the end, as always, please feel free, offline or online, to ask questions. We are looking forward to that. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Anna, for the introduction. As she already pointed out in this session, Helena and I want to talk more about practical examples of storytelling of conflict-related sexual violence. I've prepared some questions that I want to ask her, and then later on I wanted to leave a few minutes for you to ask questions or give comments on what we're discussing. Now maybe first, Helena, do you want to introduce yourself briefly?
Thank you, Anna. Thank you for having me at this conference. I think it's a really great chance to exchange experience and get the chance to reflect on storytelling. I'm the press officer at Medica Mondiale, which is an international women's rights organization based in Cologne. And I joined the organization 5 years ago. I first worked in the online team as an online editor, and I created content for the website and social media channels. And lately I took over the public relations department, and yeah, so mainly dealing with journalists and interview briefings, all this daily work. And for my academic background, I studied linguistic, literature and history in Münster and Madrid, and following my master's in political communication at the Kingston University, London. And my first job was at the Federal Parliament in Düsseldorf in North Rhine-Westphalia, but I quickly decided to leave this side of this whole political thing, and yeah, I'm happy I joined Medica Mondiale. I really enjoy working with all these wonderful women. I think a few of you met Jennifer earlier this day.
Yes, thank you also for joining us here today, Helena. Very briefly also my introduction. I'm Anne Schroeder. I have a background in political science and public international law. I work as an outreach and impact producer with Artworks Projects. It's the organization that produced the film The Prosecutors that Leslie introduced earlier on today. And in this capacity, I organize screenings of the film and then panel discussions, as well as different accompanying material for the film, such as curriculums for law schools or other academic classes. Now, maybe Helena, before we sort of start diving into this storytelling and examples, I understand that Medica Mondiale, the organization you work for, was founded with the specific intent to counter mainstream media narrative that victimized survivors of sexual violence in the Bosnian War in the 90s. Could you maybe tell us a little bit more about the founding of Medica Mondiale?
Yes, it was the Monika Hauser, the founder of Medica Mondiale, was actually triggered by the media coverage of mass sexual wartime violence in the Bosnian War, and she saw it on TV and read articles in the newspapers, and she was really furious about the voyeuristic media coverage And back then, the media would only focus on the weakness and the hopelessness of these women, and they wouldn't offer any other approach but victimization. And yeah, Monica Hauser is still with Medica Mondiale. She's still a board member, and back then she was about 30 years old, working as a doctor, and pretty much overnight she decided to go to Bosnia in the middle of the war, and she found other women she could work with, and they founded this rather women's center, therapy center, the first place women could go after they were raped or they survived sexual violence in the Bosnian War. And the main idea was to create a surrounding where the women could feel safe again after all what they survived. So this was the very first idea, and there weren't any projects like this before. It was really like a pioneer work back in the day.
Now, you mentioned already a little bit the stabilizing environment that you were, the organization was there trying to create, and we've also heard about it in earlier parts of the day already, which includes sort of medical and psychological care, but also if a survivor has had to flee their country, a safe legal status in the sort of country of refuge, but I'm just wondering what exactly you mean with strengthening the survivors and offering a more hopeful perspective of their future. If you could elaborate a little bit on that.
That's very individual. It very much depends on the history of the woman. It depends on the context of the woman. Is she alone? Did she lose other family members? Are there still family members alive? Can we outreach to these family members and then figure out together with the survivor of sexual violence what could we do in order to strengthen the woman? What were situations in the earlier life that she maybe could go back to, where she could find trust again? This could be an aunt living in another country or another city, or any other solutions. It's very individual, and there is no recipe that you could use to help all the women. You really have to look on the specific case of every woman.
So looking at the specific case of every woman, and something that we've heard a lot today already as well, is sort of the re-victimization that is often occurs through the narrative that are being reproduced, which was specifically pointed out by Sherizaan in the morning session. So, you know, sort of to move beyond this a little bit, so what do you think are other narratives that, that could be told but are often missing in media coverage on conflict-related sexual violence?
I think we heard it as well this morning, that sexual wartime violence is deeply rooted in society and is caused by inequality. And in order to tell a story of sexual wartime violence, you could look at the whole chain, all the points on this chain, and you could highlight different parts of this story. And I think what we all know is the focus on the one traumatic event that a woman or a survivor went through as a starting point for telling a story on sexual wartime violence. But you could go back, you could look at, in the days before the event, you could look in the month before the event, and even the years and decades a society developed specific traditional roles or inequalities. And for describing this phenomena, one need to tell more than this one story about a woman being raped by a soldier. And I think storytelling has the potential to raise awareness of the whole system behind it, and that could explain the fundament, like really the roots of the sexual violence and the causes of gender-based violence. And storytelling can question the structure of power. And as a storyteller, as a journalist, as a filmmaker, you can also question yourself and your own background. Where are you coming from? In which society did you grow up? What were the children's book you were reading when you were a child? What images did you see? Where do you come from? Where does your perspective come from?
And going even more practical, in more practical terms, to questioning sort of your own understanding and the power structures within which you've grown up, and then within which these acts are also committed. Sort of what specific aspects or protagonists are not portrayed, youth, sort of according to your observation in current sort of reporting on conflict-related sexual violence.
With Medica Mondiale, we're working with local women's rights activists and organizations in conflict regions. And of course, for us, it's very important to highlight their stories, to highlight the stories of the women's rights defenders on the ground. How do they work? How can they do this work? I mean, it's impressive to hear their stories, and very often you wonder, what motivates them, what makes them feel hope, what makes them feel that you have to go on fighting, that you have to continue with your work. And I mean, there are a lot of other stories to be told. And I think I have to ask you, because as you mentioned earlier, the film The Prosecutor, this is a very interesting perspective, I think. And I can think of other people being included in this story that could be medical staff. For instance, how does it feel for a woman working in a hospital, seeing cases of sexual wartime violence every single day? What is her analysis of the situation? What does she think where this violence comes from? What are her hopes and perspectives? And I think it could also be highlighted stories of psychosocial counselors who work directly with the survivors of sexual violence. It could be politicians, especially local politicians and local authorities who are fighting on this level against sexual violence and SGBV. And very often this is what we observe in a lot of cases, that these politicians are also affected and threatened to violence, but they still keep on fighting. And I think it would be very interesting to look and to hear stories on soldiers or ex-soldiers. What was the situation for them? What did they observe? What was the whole surrounding of them? It's hard to say. I don't know these stories. That's why I cannot continue asking. I think I never heard of a story where an ex-soldier revealed on the behind the scenes of the military. Anna, do you want maybe to say something on the perspective of the prosecutor?
I mean, maybe I can sort of just continue and echo a little bit what Leslie has said this morning, which was that the idea in making the prosecutors was particularly not to engage or not to look at survivors directly, but rather to look at one avenue of justice that survivors seek, which in this case for the prosecutors was criminal accountability or criminal justice against the individuals who perpetrated the acts or the sexual violence against them. But also, as Leslie said, there are other forms of justice that survivors may seek. And this is also what you rightly mentioned, Helena, with what other protagonists you could portray, right? So survivors may also seek economic justice. Survivors may seek justice for themselves of just rebuilding their lives and leading their own independent and stable lives with their families, with their communities, and in safety. So you could really portray a really wide range of actors who are all sort of conducive or working towards creating this environment for perpetrators. So I think actually that your list a little bit of what you had mentioned is quite holistic, but of course, in different contexts, you will see different portrayed actors, or protagonists who sort of stand out more than others. And
also, let me add, you could think of a story where no story is, as mentioned earlier, the peace tables and peace negotiations. Where are the women, and which women should be there? What is their story? They were not able to tell at the peace table directly, but maybe you could give them a platform to raise their voices.
I fully agree with you. And if I may sort of move on in our discussion a little bit, we've heard a lot about today about putting individual acts or putting the phenomenon into perspective, and sort of portraying the overall system of violence that led to these acts, or the overall system of inequality. And maybe you could just elaborate a little bit on these different perspectives.
I mean, for Medica Mondiale, we would always highlight the perspective of the survivor, of the woman, and the strengths she brought fighting back into life. And I think this could be really interesting because it opens up to the change. Let me put it this way: it's most of the women who tell their stories, most of the survivors of sexual violence who tell their story, it is empowering for them to tell their story, and they source strengths out of it. But the strength comes out of the belief that they can contribute to a change for the society, for the future, for their kids. And I think it's our responsibility to take up on their beliefs and their strengths. And so, as a storyteller, you should always include this responsibility into your perspective, and to really, I mean, it's not a story for the sake of a story. It's a story of a witness of a international crime, and I hope that storytellers will always engage with that responsibility and bring it into the story.
I think it's sort of in recent, or over the last few years, there's a lot of fake news, or facts that are being sort of shared online or in media, that are being portrayed as true, that may turn out not to be true. And then I think many sort of media practitioners have the aim or the goal to sort of really be factual and truthful in their reporting. And I think that for conflict-related sexual violence, or for these instances, but also for other stories where you have an individual as a protagonist who sort of survived or suffered harm, I think it's important also to bear in mind that for the storytelling aspect, or for the storytelling, you don't necessarily need to know the whole and factual truth. You can sort of leave out certain details of the account of what has happened, and that there can be a gap, particularly for in the work that storytellers do, that there's not necessary to go after the most gruesome details and aspects.
Yeah, I think of a story that a colleague told me. She brought it from Bosnia, I think it was, and she interviewed two sisters, and one sister, but the interview setting was set separate, so they asked one after another, and the one sister said, it was horrible. I was spared from sexual violence, but they took my sister. And when you ask the sister, she would tell the exact same story, except for she was spared from the violence and her sister suffering sexual wartime violence. And I think you don't need to ask further questions. This is the story with all its gaps and its space for interpretation, and you don't need to ask further questions. You can leave it like that.
And it's then up. Sorry, and it's then up to the person to decide how much sort of to tell you or how much detail to go into, rather than for sort of a storyteller to push for these details. Now, you already mentioned an example, and I understand you have brought some more examples from Medica Mondiale's work, and I'm looking to the tech corner there because we want to show you these examples on this right screen. And Helena, off you go.
Do I also see the pictures?
I can tell you it's the first picture of a woman standing in front of a wooden stable.
Yeah, that's
in a red shirt or pink shirt.
That's Olivia. A colleague of mine, Inga Neu, met Olivia a few years ago during a field visit in Rwanda, together with our local partners there. They're called Devota. And Olivia is living with her mother in a small town close to Kigali. And at this moment, when the photo was taken, Olivia was 21 years old. And it is the exact same age or the exact same period of time that has passed since the genocide in Rwanda. And the genocide will always be part of her life and her identity, because Olivia was born as a child out of the genocide, out of the war. And as you can imagine, she was born into a relationship with her mother that was loaded with struggle, with doubt, with disbelief, shaped by conflict, by silence and trauma. But this is a really positive example of how much you can fight back into your life with a little bit of the right support by the local partners Devota, because both Olivia and her mother are participating in the program of Devota. They set up for survivors of the genocide and their children. Initially, they were only working with the women and the mothers, but after a few years, they realized it's very important to work with the children as well, because the mothers had a really hard time and very often never found the right moment to tell their children what happened to them and what their background and their history is. So maybe we can switch to the second picture, where you see Olivia again, and in the middle, this is Godelieve Mukasari, the founder and director of Devota, and on the, I don't know if it's right or left side, it's the mother of Olivia. And I really love this photo because it kind of is a metaphor how Godelieve, as the women's rights activist and the director of this organization, kind of brings together this family, and how they could rebuild their relationship. In the interview, Olivia said she's still fighting with her mom, but now about things that a 20-year-old girl fights with her mother, but they could really above these fights, they could really establish a new relationship. And yeah, this was possible through the work of Devota. They brought together a lot of the, like a group of the children of the survivors of the genocide in it was a 2-week workshop where they could really exchange their feelings, where they started telling their stories, where they could relate to each other. And also a woman who survived sexual violence came to the workshop and told her story. It was not the mother of one of the children, but just another woman. But it was so important for the children to listen to that story, because very often it was the first time that they ever heard about this. And before there was so much silence and so much, yeah. It's
maybe sorry, continue, carry on.
No, it's just it's I shouldn't tell the story, but Olivia should should tell it herself. She could describe it way better. I never met Olivia. It was Inga who talked to her. We will see her in another picture. Maybe I can just focus what we did with Medica Mondiale was sourcing this story, and we used it for a fundraising mailing. This is the third picture, I guess. And we asked our donors, or we presented our donors the story of Olivia and asked to donate, I think it's €150 in order to make a new workshop possible for these children. And on the fourth or fifth picture, you see Olivia again with this fundraising mailing. So this is what we did in order to respect her autonomy on her story. We kind of showed, we asked her up front, and then we showed her what we did with her story. And the partner organization said that Olivia was really proud to contribute to this whole project. And yeah. On the last picture, you see Inga and Olivia again. They meet once in a while, and I think you can see the deep relationship between them. And I think it's a wonderful story within the story that these two found each other as well.
Helena, if I can just interrupt you here, I think someone in the audience has a comment, and now I cannot see. Maybe if you come to the microphone and. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Sorry, but I find it really problematic to show Olivia like this and her photos, and I don't know if she is aware that we see her. Maybe as like you said, you took, I don't know, you showed her what happened with her story, but still she's in a vulnerable situation. Maybe this consent, I personally don't take it really as a legitimate consent. And also, what about women organizations working there? Why don't we have any representations from them? I mean, I would understand if this would need visa, but apparently and obviously it doesn't. So I don't know. I'm really shocked to see this in this place. Yeah.
I don't know.
Thank you very much.
Helena, if you want to reply to the sort of the first comment or the first concern, and then I can also say something to the second point, if you'd like to go for the first one first.
Yes, so we talked to Olivia not prior to this conference especially, but she knows that we are using her story for our communication purposes. And I talked to Inga again yesterday if she is what she thinks about it. And I take your comment very serious, and I think maybe we can, for the documentation of this conference, maybe we should not use the pictures so that they are that you can find them anytime again online. And I totally respect the comment that we should have a representative of a local women's rights organization. This is what I said earlier. It's very hard for me to tell these stories when I know that there are the local women struggling and also, yeah, not being heard telling their stories.
And maybe just to add on to that, we will have, when we speak about best practices in the next panel, we will have several speakers who are working directly with women in Congo and in Nigeria, and who are sort of joining us from through Skype / this conferencing system that we're using here. And I think Lily had another comment to make.
Just to add on, sure, Olivia is still in a vulnerable situation, but she's doing really fine. She's studying IT now, and we're still in contact with Olivia. This was what I wanted to show in the last picture. We didn't want to leave her alone.
Yeah, Lily, please.
I mean, just to comment on what the previous commentary said, I think it's really important that we start to understand what value and importance it has to decolonize storytelling on conflict-related sexual violence. I think the photos showed a very clear race dynamic that's not being talked about, which is very problematic. It also portrays a very sort of savior victim's perspective. And I know I'm not going against you, I'm just saying it in a space where it's also, and you spoke about that you use this photo also for fundraising and monetizing. So this is all about storytelling, because it's really about, can we not find different ways to portray violence that we are working with, we are trying to support from different perspectives? And I think what I spoke about earlier, it shouldn't be about this individual story, but about, as you also said, the system of oppression and violence beyond it. And I know it's very hard to sort of portray it in a way that's not only focused on individual stories and people, but I think it really lacks the context, and that's sort of something we should bring into these discussions as well. I hope that was clear. And
thank you very much. I agree on, I mean, Medica Mondiale is a mainly white organization, so of course we are reproducing racist structures. We are trying to question ourselves in our privilege, but it does not always, it is not always good, or the outcome is not good. I see the white saviorism in the last photo if I see it through other eyes, but obviously I know Inga, and I know that both of them met several times. There are more photos with Olivia, and I thought it's yeah. Well, Olivia and Inga are not working together. Inga is not going and helping or supporting Olivia. This is the job of Good Relief. We're just supporting Good Relief. But thank you for the comment, and I will take that back to the organization as a feedback. And I think we have to improve ourselves as well very often. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it wasn't a good choice to show the last picture for the fundraising aspect. I mean, this is how the NGO scene, yeah, is financing its work. We can ask for state donors, which is a problem as well, because on the other hand, we are criticizing state donors, and we need to be independent in order to talk to politicians. And so the other option is fundraising, and I think yeah, this is what we need to do in order to support Zevota for their work.
Yes, and as you also sort of rightly said earlier on, is that, you know, we need to sort of reflect ourselves sort of in what, sort of with what sort of circumstances and situations and also dynamics we've grown up, and, you know, sort of how to sort of reconsider these dynamics and power structures. And I think, Oh no, you're still there. Okay, I heard a noise. I thought that you had dropped out of the link.
I wanted to say something to the we should go further than showing the individual case. I think this is a really good comment as well, and I support it. I mean, there are also or what I tried to put into the story of Olivia is that she's just one example, but there is a group of people in the same age, and I wanted to shift the focus on the aftermath of sexual violence. Maybe I didn't do it well. I really see how it could be misunderstanding, but yeah. For me, it was important to show the group of people, but I couldn't show the photo of the 2 weeks workshop.
Okay, now I had sort of a few one last question actually, and that I wanted to ask, but I'm looking around if there are any additional comments from the audience here or online. I'm looking at the technical corner in the back. Anna wants the microphone.
Can you hear me?
No.
There is actually a question from the online. I will just read it.
Can you also say who it's from?
It's from Leslie, actually. Leslie is asking, Helena, do you have suggestions as how to media members can best discuss informed consent with those they are meeting? And as a follow-up, specifically in the situations where there may be low internet access and one is not sure that the community might not know that the story online lives forever and is everywhere. That was the question from online. I think that's still part of the discussion coming from the comments.
Yeah, for the last part of the question, we know about this, and we know that it's not enough to if we take photos or I mean. The staff of Medica Mondiale usually is not interviewing survivors of sexual violence. We are sourcing our information from our partners who speak to the survivors. But if we are taking photos, we know it's not enough to ask a single consent, because people might not know what it means to post it on Facebook or whatever. But especially in the case of Olivia, I know that she knows, because she is part of the whole social web and studying IT. So yeah, I think it's a problem, and I think we have to problemize it and reflect on it. And what was the first part of the question? If I have any suggestions.
Yeah, you can hear me. If you have any suggestions as how to media members can best discuss informed consent, I think you just answered that part, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
And the second part was how to communicate and make those aware who live in areas with lower internet access, how to make aware that the story lives online forever and can't be taken backwards.
I think in doubt, you shouldn't use the story then. If you cannot make sure that the survivor can fully, I don't know, let me put it the other way. The survivor should always have the autonomy, and also this is what we discussed, Anne and I, up front. It happened before that survivors changed their mind on their story, and then it's the responsibility of the NGO to take back the content. And for sure, we know you cannot take back your content from Facebook, because it is the ownership is with Facebook the moment you post a photo.
Wonderful. In terms of timing, sorry for interruption on this point. One last short question, and then I think we can all use
Break
some
for lunch. Are you reading out the question,
No,
Anna?
your last question you had in mind.
Ah, okay. My last question that I had in mind, yes. Sorry, I had already turned over the page. So we didn't go into detail about sort of the learning process that Medica Mondiale has also gone through, but we clearly see that there's sort of still an ongoing learning process that not just Medica Mondiale, but also sort of we all are still going through and are still experiencing. And I wanted to know what practical steps or what you've taken sort of after you know, in this learning process to adjust to how survivors and affected communities feel and what their needs are.
Yeah, I think there were several other examples where we had to learn our lesson, and the one lesson I was just saying is that we have to respect the autonomy of the survivor or of the person we take a photo of, and I think we had to learn that we have to be careful, that we have to ask and ask again. For instance, if we are using a photo on the cover of our fundraising magazine or for fundraising purposes, we have to go back to the partners and ask again if they could talk to the survivor of in their program in order to, because we know it's different to appear in a long story without a photo or with a photo. It's completely different to appear on the cover of a little Medica Mondiale magazine. So we are trying to ask again and yeah, make sure that these that they can take their decision based on the facts and that they know what it will look like. And very often people say no, and this is what we have to accept then and yeah, find alternatives.
So I think basically what we're taking from this is that sort of informed consent is not a singular sort of point in time. Rather, it's a process, and any person's opinion on the informed consent that they once gave or didn't give to, you know, their story or their picture being used, you know, can also be changed and revoked. Now, again, I see Anna coming, so I think that means that we are breaking for lunch. She will have additional organizational comments, I assume, and then I look forward to seeing you to the other half of the day. Thank you. Thank you, Helena, also.
Thank you very much for the questions and comments.
I wanted to add on that. I'm really happy that you used the opportunity also to discuss the words and also to give critical comments, because that's the kind of platform we will want to be. And I'm very much looking forward to our afternoon panel, which is going to have some amazing speakers. Personally, because I'm just deeply in love with that film, is Ifeoma, a Nigerian theater maker who is going to talk about her play. We do have Dr. Christina Wolff again on the panel talking about her stand in front of the Brandenburger Tor and Reichstag with Fehmarn, Germany. And we are going to talk to Leslie again and many more amazing people.
Maybe I can add, and Bernadette Vivuya, the Congolese filmmaker who also worked with a survivor of sexual violence.
So downstairs, because we have Corona, we have to bring all the people out in the lunch break to do some like disinfection and some safety measures and open and get some air in. Outside there is vegan and vegetarian lunch. Feel free. I hope I will see you back in 3/4 of an hour. And also we will do a small break on our live stream and be back on in 3/4 of an hour if we manage this time to be on time. Thank you so much. and see you after lunch. So welcome back after the lunch break. Next to me, on whom you have seen a bit longer, is Ifeoma, from joining us from Lagos, the wonderful protagonist of Miss F and an amazing theater director. We will talk about her work now, soon. And on the other side of me, there's Bernadette from Yole, Africa, and we just saw her amazing film. Thank you so much for that, and thank you so much for joining me. I have to look in the side of the technique if Khanna is going to join us. We will see. We start with the talk. And live and in color, I'm more than happy to also say hi to Kristina Wolff, whom you already met today. Please join me on stage. And Christina Lamb, and wonderful author of the book, My Body is Not Your Battlefield. Thank you so much for joining us today. So we do have here on the panel a very diverse ways of how people tell stories. We have a theater maker, a filmmaker, an activist storyteller, I would call it, and an author. And I think that's pretty amazing to show how many different kinds of storytelling there are. And there are many more out there, but that is wonderful. We are still trying to get Hannah Reyes Morales on board, who is a Filipina photographer, to complete the selection of storytelling methods. First of all, hi to all of you. Thank you for traveling so far to the two in the middle and for taking up the technical challenges that comes with doing a hybrid conference. I would like to start with Bernadette, as we just saw your film, and I wanted to ask you what inspired you to this poem? What drove you to make this very emotional short film?
Okay, thank you. First, I apologize because my English is not so good, but I will try my best to express very good what I have to talk about. And what inspired me of making this film, firstly, I'm a visual journalist and a filmmaker based here in Congo, eastern part of DRC, and in which we have many conflicts and raw material exploitation, and I'm very interested by the resilience with the people who still live in this region, where we can have war, we have conflict and so on. So the poem of Des Anges, it's a living sign of this resilience and transcendence. And so I was contacted by Leslie Thomas. We had already met during CIF here, the Congo International Film Festival, and to whom Des Anges had already given the poem to be read after the screening of the Prosecutors. And when I saw that poem, I was impressed by his force. So this pushed me to propose to put it in a short film, which would be screened by the Prosecutors as asked by Des Anges, the author of the poem. And so and I was very impressed by the force and the depth of that poem. And then I have to put it in strong images. So that's why we constitute the team, and to produce this film you just see.
Thank you so much, and just to say that your English is just perfect.
Thank you.
My next question goes to Ifeoma. I'm referring to the film because that's how I learned about your work. In the film, Miss F, we see how you try and succeed in a way to set up a community theater play in Congo, and the film starts with you driving in the taxi, and the taxi driver basically is completely astonished what you're doing and finds it nearly impossible to even try to set up a theater play there with women in order to empower them and to speak up. And my favorite quote of the film is, if you don't dare to speak up, nobody will speak up. So maybe you can tell us a bit about your approach and how you work with women in order to empower them through the force of theater play.
Yes, yeah, I think that the taxi man is coming from a place that he understands that what women say is not really taken seriously, in the sense that you know, he understands that he's living in a patriarchal society, and Makoko is a marginalized neighborhood, so even more so, he himself feels like Makoko is socioeconomically below him. So he knows that if he himself is feeling like he can do what he wants as a man, then what am I? How possible is it in a neighborhood where women have very little? But what we do is, what I discovered, I've been doing this now for 6 years, what I discovered is that that theater and film are such a magical medium, especially in Africa, because you know, I noticed that young people were watching, they're online and they are looking at things, and it's a great way to reach people directly. But it's such an opportunity to change a mind, to shift a perspective without somebody, you know, without it being hit over the head, without it being data driven. And that it actually is much more effective that way, that you can create culture and you can change culture with music and poetry and film and theater. And that's how I got into this work. We noticed from the audience immediately that audience wanted, after the first play, that they wanted to stay in the lobby, in the room, and talk about it. So we started to do panel discussions immediately after the shows.
Thank you so much. I will come back on the panel discussions in a bit, but before that, I will go on to Kristina Wolff, who just did a film stunt in front of the Brandenburger Tor. That's how I got aware of her. and tries to raise awareness for the femicide inside Germany through really loud and provocative activism. And maybe you could tell us something about why you choose the form of provocative activism to highlight this particular issue.
First of all, thank you everyone for listening to my voice, which I use to raise awareness against violence against women. And in Germany, if I say I'm against violence against women, everybody's going like, me too, and then that's it. So everyone thinks we are a social and a state of law. But if you look at it, and that's what I do, I count femicides, German femicides, which means I count killings, brutally killings of women and girls in Germany, as well as brutally killed girls and women abroad, killed by Germans. And I developed, in this context, a huge database, and I try to use each channel I can get to raise awareness. So the demonstration, or what we call it, the protest performance in the mid of August was just one channel. So I have a petition. You'll find it under the hashtag SaveXX. I opened up the channel on Instagram. You'll find that on hashtag SaveXX_GER for Germany. I do write to the parliamentarians round about every second week and let them know what's going on in our country. And if you ask me what's going on in our country, we are a hotspot in Europe, in the middle of Europe, regarding violence against women. To yesterday, I counted 145 brutally killed girls and women just in 2020, 141 in Germany, and additional 4 abroad killed by Germans. And no one recognizes it, so I try every channel. The last thing I did right after the demonstration in front of the Brandenburger Tor, Jocelyn B. Smith asked me to write a text regarding violence against women and femicide. I did, and it's a song now, it's free. You can download it. So, and if you have ideas, more ideas, to be loud, to be impossible to be overseen or overheard, to address it in an, I take any other way, to make this an issue where people start to look at.
Thank you. Sorry, I was just, I listened, but I was irritated because we lost one panel guest, and that worried me. I heard the song actually, and I can recommend it. Even if it's very long, it makes a lot of sense to listen through all the song. I will get back to you with my first question. Why you chose performance also to be loud? Because I think that's interesting. I know that you use all kinds of mechanisms to raise awareness, and I think that's so important. And also you try to change the language in Germany regarding violence and the femicide. But why did you choose like performance as a tool to communicate in particular?
Well, you know, on the petition I use text-based protest. When I write to the parliamentarians, I use text-based letters. But the visual signals and the visual protest is something very different. And it was not about just the picture of us demonstrating in front of the Brandenburger Tor, which we did topless. Yes, it was a cooperation with Femin Germany. We were 50 women. We bought body bags, and we tried to represent each killed woman or girl by carrying one in the body bag as a symbol. And the other symbol was that on our bare breasts, we had like the announcement of someone who died. So at least we could, as a symbol, stand for 100 women. And we stood in front of the Brandenburger Tor, and then we did our smoke signals in pink. And we got those strong pictures, and we got the media attention, and we left the body bags so that the audience was able to read about what happened to those women after when we left.
I recommend to watch the pictures of the stand, because I think that was very impressive and very loud. I'm just going to write down my password of my computer so we can get Ifeoma back in. I'm sorry for the interruption. No, that is if you do a festival with a very small team.
Maybe I can use the pause to address to you that Femin and I do establish our work. And as I've told you, I've developed a huge database, and surrounding that database, we are founding now a club, and the club has 3 columns. One is science regarding the database, the next is awareness, and the third is training.
Wonderful. I can only recommend also to join the club. Our fourth guest on the panel is Christina Lamb, who came from London to us, which is very wonderful, and she is the author of the book My Body is Not Your Battlefield. And it's also going to be released in Germany in these days. So it's a pleasure having you here. Maybe you can give us some insights into your book and what inspired you to write the book.
Thank you, and it's great to be here doing an actual event. It's been a long time. I've kind of got used to only speaking to screens, so thank you for inviting me here. I'm with such fabulous women doing amazing things. So I'm basically a foreign correspondent, a war correspondent. I've been covering conflict for about 33 years, and I have got more and more concerned that in covering war, most of what is reported is about what the men do and not what the women do, not what happened to the women. Women often just appear as sort of grieving widows whose husbands have been killed or whose children have been killed, and so sort of passive participants. And as a woman covering conflict, I have always been much more interested in what happens to women. I think that the people trying to keep their lives together in the middle of a war, trying to feed their children, trying to protect the elderly, trying to educate their children is much more heroic than the people that are actually fighting, which is usually the men. So I've always focused very much on that. But there's a dark side, which is the brutality used against women. And unfortunately, rape has been used as a weapon in war right back to sort of ancient Greeks and Persians and Romans. The very first written history by Herodotus opens with abductions of girls by the Greeks and Phoenicians. And I have seen in the last few years of my reporting more brutality and violence against women than I've seen in all the previous decades. And I find that absolutely shocking that in the 21st century, we are seeing what I would say is basically an epidemic of the use of rape as a weapon of war in many countries. In my book, I talk about women that I've met in 12 different countries on 4 continents. But honestly, I could have spent the rest of my life writing this book because it is happening in so many places. And this is a war crime. It's not a secret. A lot of these women have spoken out. Yazidis, for example, have repeatedly told what happened to them. Nadia Murad, who is the patron of this festival, has, gone through the trauma of telling her story over and over again. Nobody can say they didn't know. The Rohingya, who were forced out of Myanmar, of Burma, into Bangladesh. I went there to report 700,000 people, a majority of them women and children, fled across the border. And every single woman that I spoke to told me the most horrendous story about being tied to banana trees and gang raped by Burmese soldiers, often in front of their children. So these things are all being reported. We know about them, and yet there are no prosecutions. There is no justice for these women, and often they are the people castigated and made to feel ashamed when actually they were the victims, and it's the perpetrators who should be shamed. So I decided to collect a lot of these stories and tell them in a book. It's all in the words of the women that I met. And it's not an easy read, I have to say, because these stories are really difficult. But just because they're uncomfortable, I don't think we should ignore them. And just because this has been going on for a long time doesn't mean it's right. I think it's time that we should be doing something about it.
I know you just arrived in Berlin, that's why you missed the first part of our conference, but I would like to reflect on what we have spoken before. We talk quite a lot about how we tell the stories of the women and what we ask them, and I like that you mentioned that those women can also be been seen in an empowering kind of way as strong women who have survived what happened to them and who are brave in standing up and speaking up and not just as victims. So I'm just curious, how was the relationship with the women you worked with while writing the book? How was the process of developing the stories and bringing them into the book?
I would say that the women that I spoke to were the bravest people that I have ever met. These were all people that wanted to tell their story. Obviously, I wouldn't go and try and persuade people who don't want to speak. So they were, in many cases, women that were trying to get justice, or women that are trying to find ways to tell their story. I think, obviously, I am a journalist and writer. I believe very strongly in the power of a story. And I do feel that I see it over and over again in my work, that individual stories have a much more power than general story. Because, for example, I mean, I covered a lot the refugee crisis, and 5 years ago when we had 1 million refugees coming into Europe and politicians were calling them an epidemic and a plague. If you sat down with any one of those refugees and heard their story, you would feel that they, of course, should be allowed to come into your country and have a home. But when it's this mass of people that you don't know anything about, it seems something different. And so I do believe strongly that telling an individual story has a lot of power, even if the problem might be something institutional. But to make people really understand what's happening and the injustice, and to sort of identify with it, I think you need those stories, and you need people to come forward and tell them. But, you know, these are the hardest, the things that some of these women have been through, they're just hardest possible ordeals to imagine, and really, really difficult to tell the stories. But it was their stories, and it was to be told the way they wanted to tell them. It didn't matter how long it took. It should be where they wanted to talk about it. And they felt very strongly too, everybody that I spoke to, that they shouldn't be seen just as their story or as their trauma, that they were people in their own right that cared about different things, that had other interests. So they wanted to be people that you would think other things about, not just what happened to them. And I think that is important and sometimes gets lost in the reporting and telling of these stories.
Thank you so much. I do have in between, is Hannah hearing us, and can we hear Hannah? Yes. Unfortunately, we don't see her, but hello, Hannah. It's a pleasure that you join us. Khanna, as I mentioned before, is a photographer, so we do have another way of storytelling. And when I looked through your pictures, I had the feeling, there she is. Hello, we can now see you.
Hi, can you see me?
Thank you so much for joining. When I did first see your pictures, your photographs, I thought they were very poetic and very strong. I started the round by asking our panelists what inspired them for their work and why they choose this particular way of storytelling and how they use it to make aware of the stories that can empower women. And we would love your perspective as a photographer on this.
Well, so thank you so much for having me here. So I think my touch point for doing the work that I do is really sort of my own lived experience, as well as the lived experience of my foremothers. You know, my grandmother lived through the Japanese occupation of the Philippines, and I grew up hearing a lot of stories, but of course it wasn't told to me very directly as to what happened to her. And as to what happened to the women and girls during her time. So I think a big part of my work sort of delves into intergenerational trauma and sort of trying to understand how we as women and girls who are living in the present, and how we can sort of address what my grandmother and the women in her generation may not have had as much agency to do in their time. I think that it's a lot of different perspectives. For me, growing up, I am a survivor as well of assault, and I think growing up, I would sort of look through the representations of how survivors were portrayed, and I think a big part of the thing that I was missing was sort of not being able to identify myself in any of the portrayals that reached me, and sort of understanding that there was no simple narrative about survival and about assault. I think that a lot of what I'm trying to sort of do when I photograph women and girls who've survived different sorts of trauma is to sort of see not just, you know, the one thing that happened to them, but to sort of look at it from multiple perspectives, and also to look at, I think, you know, for a lot of the stories that we're talking about now, we're talking about women and girls who exist in spaces where the structures for support aren't allowed for them, and the structures of support did not meet them in their time of need. And I think I realized as I worked on this issue and this topic more and more that we as women and girls are often building these structures of support for ourselves. And I think that is sort of one of the things that interested me the most when I was starting to do more of the work, is that, you know, while of course there's so many things that failed us, we do have enough agency to sort of build those safety nets for ourselves. And so for me, what's interesting is sort of trying to figure out how we are building those safer spaces for ourselves, and realizing that those are actually concrete lessons. Those exist already, and then they can be looked at and they can be learned from. And we can't come at trauma and healing from a top-down perspective. There's no one singular way to heal. Culturally, generationally, there's just so many different approaches. And women and girls are often, you know, articulating those approaches to themselves and to each other. And I think that that's sort of one of the most important things that I learned from documenting these stories.
Thank you so much. I would love to open the questions to the audience. If we have 5 wonderful experts here from various directions. if you do have any questions, or if you do have any questions online, please write them. Or is there a question from the audience? Okay, I will go on until you dare to speak. What I took from all the statements that came today is, first of all, the agency to tell their own stories. Second of all, to see the people more than victims and even more as just survivors. I think that's an experience that we can summarize, and which is absolutely important to highlight, that it's just more. And the other thing I took away from the first round is that we need to really speak out and speak up about this issue, because it's too unseen or not taken too seriously. So my second round of question, which I would start actually with Bernadette at the beginning, if that works, would be, if you look into the future and into the future of storytelling and how the issue is perceived, what would you personally wish for or hope for that first of all is achieved through storytelling, but which kind of stories you, from your own perspective, would like to hear more? Bernadette?
Yes.
Yes.
I was too lost for some seconds.
I can reframe it. I will also reframe it. The topic of our film festival is the future is now, and as we heard in the first part, what all of us are doing. My question for the second round would be, what would you personally hope for in storytelling for the future that more people would be aware of?
What I hope in doing storytelling, is it?
Yes. Which stories would you like to see more?
Okay. As I spoke at the beginning, I'm a woman in a region in which we have a region affected by mostly by war, by violence, and the storytelling. If we see how the story of the country is known at the international area, is most based on violence and conflict. And as a woman and as a filmmaker, I think in making storytelling, I have to change the image of my country. So we can't deny it. There is war, there is conflict, there is violence, but there in that region, here in Congo, still a strong people who fight daily to improve their lives, and so in making film, in making storytelling, I have to give voice to those people who experienced that reality in the region, and how they fight to improve their daily lives, and that's why for example, I made Des Anges, and it was Des Anges is a sign of that transcendence, that resilience we have in this country, and which have to be known around the world. So is most that those stories about resilience, about transcendence, about hope, I am interested to be shown around the world, because many people knows Congo from the conflict and violence we live here, but violence, yes, but we have also resilience and hope, and the hope of that magnificent people.
Thank you so much. I will switch to Christina Lamb, because you were a journalist reporting from zones of crisis, of war zones. How is it even wanted by the Western media to also report of other things than the worst atrocities? Is it even, because sometimes you have the feeling that you can't, that you don't read the other stories, you just have a very limited picture on some regions. How was your experience there, if you, like, also in reaction to Bernadette?
I mean, I've spent my life going to the worst places on earth, basically seeing really evil things, but trying to show people doing amazing things in those places, which it seems to me often are the women, because maybe you have to, you know, like you see the brightest stars in the darkest skies, you know, people in really difficult places sometimes show amazing courage and resilience, whether it's women under siege in Aleppo when they were being bombed every day and there was no electricity, no water, no food, and what literally tearing down the window panes of where they were living and the doors to make fire to cook from, and making sandwiches from their children just from any bit of greenery that they could find and frying it with flour. So I've always focused very much on that. I have to say that I've had real problems getting my editors, who until earlier this year, all my life I've only had male editors, to run stories about sexual violence in war. So it's not so much what you're saying that they want to see the worst side. Sometimes they think that some of these things are too bad to report. And so actually in Bernadette's country, in DRC, last year, I'm sure you all know about Dr. Mukwege, the amazing doctor at Panzi Hospital, whose hospital has treated 55,000 women who have been raped, and young children too. And while I was there last year, a 6-month-old baby and a 4-year-old girl were brought in who had been raped. I mean, the whole thing is just unimaginable. And I wrote the story about the hospital and all the work that he was doing, but I started with this really shocking thing of these children, and my editor said, nobody will want to read this, it's too shocking, and this isn't a subject people want to read about. So I had to really fight to get it into my newspaper, and I was so pleased, because then this came out on a Sunday. On the Monday morning, Panzi Hospital, Dr. Mukwege's hospital, emailed me saying, we've been deluged with people contacting us, offering donations, but also, more importantly, showing their support. And it was enough money to hire another doctor. And that just showed that actually people do want to read about things like this. But I think they want to read, what I guess I've learned is that people, if they read about bad things, they want to know that there's something they can do. Otherwise, it's just all too terrible, and you slightly feel hopeless about the situation. So they want to know that. So that story, in a way, was ideal, because here were all these terrible things that were happening, but there was also this place trying very hard to, in the midst of really quite a difficult situation. Dr. Mukwege gets death threats, trying to actually change things and help people, and so people kind of reached out and helped.
I also would love to hear Kristina Wolff's perspective, because as you heard before, she's not just an activist, she's also an expert on media and how articles are wrote and things are displayed in media. So I would love to hear your thoughts on the two questions we just touched.
Yes, I would like to start with the storytelling future. First of all, I'd like to mention that I do not work with survivors. I do work with victims. And this is the iceberg of the violence against women, and you can't change it. They will never come back. We've lost those lives. We've lost them as a society. And regarding the future storytelling, I wish that we can tell in the future stories regarding men coming together and saying, hey buddies, we have a problem with us. We have to work on our behavior and our self-understanding. I wish future stories regarding that we use a different language, a language which names the violence and the perpetrator. What we actually practice is the opposite. We use language to protect the perpetrators. I give you an example, which I hate the most, is the German phrase erweiterter Suizid. There is no equivalent in English. In English, it's named murder-suicides, which fits the situation. But in Germany, if you translate it one by one, it says extended suicide. And what happens is that the victim or the victims are dehumanized and they are neutralized to things. And this is something which is just, I have no words for this. Another thing I would like to mention for future stories, if I wish I would live in a state where the government would take its responsibility and fulfill the law which is binding. We have law and tools to combat violence against women. I want them to stop the ignorance of it. I wish that I, as a woman, do not have to go on the street topless to demonstrate against what happens in one of the richest nations of the world to address the topic. I wish my mother country would provide enough shelter for the women who suffer from violence against women. So there's a lot of things of future storytelling which is in my mind. And I hope I will see that one day.
Yeah, also I completely agree with you on the change of narrative we need in media headlines. I read, like in Austria, where I originally come from, it's rather usual to call, if a guy shoots his wife or his girlfriend, family drama.
If I may add something, it's not just about the story, it's also the thing that I think our society has the duty to think over the role models. We allow perpetrators stage. They get stage, they get fame, they get the possibility to be role models, and everyone in this state knows they are perpetrators, and no one thinks about, hey, do we not have a single person with the same skills who could sit on this chair?
Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree there. We go to Ifeoma, because I wanted to follow up with the second question. You mentioned in your first statement that after the theaters, people stuck around and had the need to discuss, and so you installed panel discussions after your theater plays. And I was just wondering how these discussions worked out, because your theater plays, at least what I thought through the movie, they are very strong, they are very outspoken. You actually tackle patriarchy there, and I was wondering how the panel discussion went going afterwards, if you do have men and women attending, and what the impact of the discussions is.
Yes, the panel discussions are very well attended, to our surprise, wherever we go, whether it's an upscale theater, university, or a marginalized area. People want the plays, the format of the plays is based on true storytelling. So they are very vivid. And what happens is in the audience, we realize we have victims in the audience, survivors, I mean, when I say survivors in the audience, perpetrators in the audience, as well as victims in the cast. So because we use people in the community. So what happens is now you have everybody in the room, the victim and the perpetrator, and it's an automatic way of having people share what has happened to them and having even decision makers and leadership in the room at the same time. So it's perfect. It's a perfect format for open discussion. I come from an area where silence is golden when it comes to crimes, gender-based violence. And this, I've tried to study this over the last 6 years, and I realized that it's based on the culture that a woman must get married and have children. If she doesn't get in Africa, if you don't, in fact, it's more important to have children than to get married. But every mother, every grandmother, every auntie, every pastor is praying for the day when women will marry and have children. So violence becomes a way that lowers your possibility and your price and your value as a wife. Because no man wants to marry a woman who has been raped or who was beaten for some reason, or who, they want a virgin in every way, so because they don't want the karma of the rape or the violence to be part of the child's offspring. So this culture of silence is, if you think about it, the need to be married is so strong that you cannot question a man, you cannot talk about what happened to you, because you need to maintain your value in the society. And it's also not taken seriously. You will also find out that women will put the victim down. In Nigeria, it's about, I would say, almost 60% of the feedback on social media when a victim comes out is negative. People say, you want attention, show us the man, where is the proof, that type of thing. So the work we do is so important to give both victims and to act out what has happened for the victims. And then you find that the panel discussion is actually a quite sober moment where people ask further questions, where maybe you still feel that then they are a little bolder to say, this happened. Even myself who does this work, I am not comfortable publicly talking about my own experience as a survivor.
Thank you so much. Are there questions from the audience at this point? Yes, there is one.
Hello. Thank you, first of all, for being here, everyone. Your projects are amazing. We had an interesting discussion on being anonymous in the lunch break, and you have very different approaches on it. I think Khanna and Christina Wolff, your projects make the survivors kind of anonymous. And for example, Ifeoma's theater projects, the people are directly on the stage, and everyone from the slum knows them. And for yes, I just wanted to ask you all: do you think being anonymous or making the survivors anonymous, for example, changing the names, is, for example, a benefit? Christina Lamb and Bernadette, how did you handle that? Did you change the names? And if so, why? If not, why? And to all the others, why did you choose this approach, the approach you chose? Yeah.
I would suggest, as it is a question to all of you, to start with Ifeoma, as she's just with us right now, and then go take a round on it.
Yes. So for us, Nigeria is a very bold, vibrant, colorful culture. You know, we're like New Yorkers, you know. You know, people are, when you meet Nigerians, they're very verbal. So that business of silence is so crippling, it's so debilitating that it is important for victims who wish to want to feel exonerated, feel heard, and to take their podium, to take up, to get beyond that silence. The silence, the inability to show what happened to you can haunt you to the next generation. You know, as Hannah was saying, you can carry that pain to your children and your next children and your grandchildren. So what I find is that if a victim is ready to take a stand, to say this happened to me, and to be embraced, of course, there's a format. The way we do our work is not extremely painful. I was very careful to include music, dance, movement, attractive colors and sexy outfits. And it's a very celebratory survivor. It's based in the survivor place, not the victim place. It's this happened to me, and this is why, this is what the society did not do to protect me. And here I am telling you, and if you don't do anything about it, then you're part of the problem. But here I am, I stand forward and I move forward in my life. So we include testimony and win and solution and music and dance so that victims can move and victims can scream at their leaders. We also invite their pastors, we invite the religious leaders, the teachers, the spiritual leaders. We invite them all so that the victim can talk directly to leadership and stand on stage and say, you don't have the laws to protect me, but I am here. See me now. That works for Nigeria. It may not work for every other place.
I will carry on the question to Christina Lamb because you were directly asked, how did you handle it in your book? You mentioned that women had the urge to tell the stories, but how was it in the sense of anonymity?
So in my case, it just really depended on the women themselves. I didn't need to name people. I mean, but some women were already testifying, were out there. They wanted very strongly, a bit like Ifeoma is saying, that they did nothing wrong. Okay, so they wanted people to hear what happened to them and to realize that there's somebody else that done something wrong to them. Those are the people that should be ashamed. And to end the silence in the hope that this doesn't happen to other people. But some of the women I spoke to would have been in great danger by having their identities revealed because they were living in areas where the perpetrators were the people actually running the government or were in the police or militias controlling their areas. So it would have been really dangerous for them to speak. So, I mean, it's a mixture. And I mean, I think perhaps the most moving story in a way, thinking of what Hannah was talking about, was going to the Philippines and talking to these women in their late 80s who had been taken by the Japanese army 70 years ago. They've been fighting, or more than 70 years ago, in the Second World War, fighting all those years for justice, and not just justice, but even acknowledgement of what happened to them. Really dignified old great-grandmothers still who should be, living in peace and enjoying their final years, and instead are still having to go out there. They're not appearing topless, but they are still out there trying to get people to listen and to hear their story and to acknowledge what happened to them and put them in the history books so that it's not just swept away.
Thank you so much. I would love to hear Hannah's thoughts on the case of anonymity, because working with photography, you do have amazing ways of anonymizing people, but you also have a tool where you really put them in the memory for the next generations. I think, like, if you think about certain events, you always have like iconic photographs in your mind, often with people in it, who, in that situation, because it's often from photographers who just were in the scene, weren't aware that the photo was taken in that moment. So I was wondering how you as a photographer approach this, also the long-lasting effects of photos.
Yeah, so I think for me it's similar in that I ask people and I make sure to sort of understand what they're comfortable with before anything else. I think that, you know, I think it's always good to work with people who are sort of ripe to tell their story, where they want to tell their story, they want to share, they want their faces to be seen. They are, you know, they are really willing and able to articulate what happened to them. I think that, you know, obviously there's also some women who are willing to tell their story and do want their stories heard, but they don't necessarily want their faces in the pictures. So I think it's just navigating that with them. But at the same time, I think the other thing that I always try to tell, like even my students, is making sure that the consent that you have is super, super informed. You know, like when I'm photographing people, sometimes I have to go back to them and let them know really, like, okay, this is what's going to happen. This is where it's going to be published. This is how many people are going to see it. This is what I'm saying about you. This is exactly what it is. And making sure that they're fully comfortable with that. And really having that conversation and making sure, I think with photography, what I try to do as much as possible is to be as collaborative as possible with the person in front of me, because, you know, I'm not giving a voice to the voiceless in any way. I'm really, most of the time I'm a translator, and I'm trying to understand what this person is saying about their own story, and what, you know, and especially when working in the Philippines, I understand the different cultural nuances that come at play. So I think, you know, first and foremost, it's respecting consent and making sure you get the fullest possible and most informed possible consent from the people that you're photographing, and understanding how do they see themselves, and making sure that you're respecting that gaze that they have of themselves as well, and not just putting that upon them. I think for me, what's the most difficult, and I've thought about this recently, because I had to photograph, you know, a story similar to what Kristina was saying, where you're talking to really, really young girls who've been victims of assault, and you are trying to photograph their story, and you're trying to photograph what happened to them, and of course you can't show their faces, but you're also trying to sort of portray them as people, and to bring home the story to a reader, to bring home the story to different people. And I remember the last story I worked on that was like that. I was working with, I think one was 12 and then the other was 9, and of course we were making these portraits, and I was showing them, you know, how the portraits looked, and they were really upset that their faces weren't in the picture. But of course their cases were ongoing, and of course their names weren't going to be in the article. But they wanted to be pretty. They wanted to be shown as young, beautiful women. And of course we were taking those photos as well, but I had to show them as well that I was taking photographs of their faces being concealed. And that really sort of made me think a lot, and that story stayed with me, because I was trying to figure out where that sat with me and what that meant for my own internal compass, and how I wanted to explain that to young girls, because I realized during that moment that I didn't have an answer to them that was fully understandable to a 9-year-old. You know, why can't I show your face? And so I think, you know, asking those questions to yourself and always having those conversations is one of the most important things. Being honest and truthful to the person in front of you about, you know, where this is going, why, and sometimes when you don't know, also being honest with the parts that you don't know. I think those are the things that I try to bring in the table, because in photography, it's, you know, it's you're working with someone's literal image, and I think that it's important to have, you know, to respect that person enough to give them the full extent of the truth.
Thank you so much. For me, that was a very important statement, to always reflect with yourself and always ask what you're doing and if you can improve it in any way, also with your moral compass.
I mean, I think what Hannah just said about informed consent is so important, because it's one that, you know, I said I wouldn't always would ask somebody, but, you know, there's one thing asking somebody in a remote village in South Sudan, saying to them, oh, it's going to appear in the Sunday Times. It doesn't mean anything to them. So, you know, it's really important, I think, to explain to people properly the implications and things that they might not think about of their picture, because these days with the, you know, internet, the picture can appear anywhere at any time, and so yeah, the informed consent, I think, is extremely important.
Absolutely. We did have the question this morning, how you do informed consent. So how would you explain what the consequences of a story or of a picture are?
Well, I think, as I just said, you know, it doesn't just appear in the paper and that's it. Now it can be picked up and appear anywhere on social media. It could be used in a different way, and so you have to be extremely aware of that. And frankly, I mean, this is easy for me to say because I'm not a photographer. You don't necessarily need the pictures of people with the story. I thought it was very interesting, Bernadette's film at the beginning, the letter, that we didn't see the woman's face, and I didn't think we were going to at all. It was only at the end, and I was thinking how well it worked without actually, I didn't feel the need to see her. So there are ways around it, and certainly the last thing anybody should be doing is trying to persuade somebody to appear or have their name or their picture anywhere.
I would suggest a very quick possibility for the participants of the panel to give us last thoughts, if there are something that you would like to give our audience on the way, and to communicate like what they should take into account if there's something you missed mentioning. I would start with Hannah, as she's on the screen right now, and then go. Is there anything you would like to give us on the way?
I guess multiple things, because this is the final. I just wanted to add to that last thought before we wrap it up. I think one thing that I failed to mention or to bring up is also sort of when you come into a place really understanding the privilege that you hold over people, because it's not enough, you know, to get the yes, but it's also, you have to understand the context of that yes, and you have to understand where you stand in certain things. And I think, you know, when I was younger, I didn't quite understand, you know, how power dynamics necessarily applied to me, because I was, you know, I was young and I was from similar communities as the people I was photographing. But as I got older, you know, I think I learned to really understand what it meant to have privilege, and to have what that privilege meant and how that privilege played out when you're in a certain space with someone. And I think that that's an important thing to consider as well when you're getting someone's consent, because if you're blind to that, then you're not actually getting the full consent. So that's sort of one thing that I just wanted to get out of the way. I guess the other thing that I wasn't able to answer the question that you had earlier about the stories that you wanted to see in the future. And I think that for me, I think that I just want to envision a place where where the stories that we tell and the storytellers, the different storytellers that we have are treated and looked at as equals. You know, I think about that a lot in photography when we look at images, and mostly they're taken by men or taken from a certain place. I think about how differently we would see the world if we had additional gazes informing our worldview. And I think that when I was younger, I struggled with that because I was trying to imitate a voice that wasn't mine. And I think it took me a really long time to understand that my own perspective was important, that my own perspective was valid. And that was truly life-changing, both as a storyteller, but also as someone who experienced sexual assault. Being able to sort of understand that my perspective, my view, and my narrative was valid, and that it could stand alone, that it didn't need the validation of an external body that doesn't look like me. So I think, you know, the future that I imagine is just to sort of have to come into a place where we recognize people's stories and we allow people to tell their own as well. So yeah.
There is, before we continue with the last comment question, there is an online question, right?
Okay. Am I? Okay, wonderful. So Leslie Thomas again wants to know from Hannah and Bernadette how you specifically start your collaborations with survivors, experts, and so on, because you are doing some very specific artistic work. It's something else than just interviewing people. So how do you approach them, and how do you collaborate with them?
I would suggest to start with Hannah and then going to Bernadette.
So I think for me, it really happens in different ways. You know, sometimes it will start with an interview like that was mentioned, and sometimes it'll start with sort of me just finding something and being really interested in it, and then just researching it. So, for example, earlier we brought up the women who were held and injured by the Japanese. So I did a story on them last year, and I stayed in this small town where they still live just a few kilometers from the house where they were interred, and they all live as neighbors, and they still sort of have this shared commune and this shared community that they sort of rebuilt out of the ashes that the Japanese left. And that started chiefly from me sort of learning my grandmother's story and learning that the ancestral house that we grew up in, or not we grew up, that my grandmother grew up in, was very, very near the house that the Japanese occupied and locked these women in. And so I started doing research on it. I started reading about them, and I, you know, these women at the time, I couldn't find the contact number to try to get to them. So I literally just went there and I wanted to sort of to get to know them. And I guess coming in as a Filipina, they saw me sort of like a granddaughter asking questions, and it sort of was a very natural exchange, and it started. You know, it wasn't for a publication in particular. It was my own personal project, and it was sort of me trying to understand something that I couldn't read in history books, and then me coming to realize that, you know what, I don't need actually to consult the history books, because those history books from the American era and from the Japanese era had total gaps, but these women are still alive and they can tell their own story. So I just wanted to go and ask. And so that's how it started. And then I guess, you know, it starts often with me not even taking any picture. It just starts with me asking questions and sort of being really truly honest about what I am hoping for and what I'm hoping to do. I think that often people really do have a sense for whether you're, excuse my French, but whether you're bullshitting them, you know. You just have to be truly, truly honest about what this is, and if you're not clear with that to yourself, you can't really communicate that to other people. So yeah, like I think it really changes per story. The beginning touch points are very different, but I think the most important thing is that you always come from a place of truth, and you always come from a place of genuine curiosity without any real like preconceived notions of how this is supposed to look. And if you are, you know, being open enough for them to be challenged by those in front of you, and I think that those have been sort of my guiding pillars for how I've been able to access particular stories in particular communities.
Thank you so much. We now switch to Bernadette. We would love to hear from you also how you approach the people you're working with, combined maybe with if you have some last thoughts that you would like to share.
Okay, thank you. And perhaps I can begin with the previous question in the other why I can change the name or switch off the face of the victim, the survivor. And so in DRC, it's a particular situation in where the rape violence is used like a war weapon, and it's destroyed the base of the society, and the base of the society is the woman. And when we can hide the face of the survivor, it's for the protection of that person. And because of the survivor, we have to protect the victim from the retaliation execution, from the retaliation of the executioner. So for the other how I approach those survivors is many times I approach the survivor through the prosecutors who work with those survivors to end the sexual violence here in sexual violence in the conflict area. And for example, for the film A Letter to My Child from Rape, where I work with Des Anges, in directed that film, it was not only to do narration of a woman who was traumatized by the violence, but to portray the strength of that woman who is transcend to unlight his work, to fight against the sexual violence in his community, and to give life and hope to other survivors of sexual violence. And this was a very interesting experience. And for example, when I worked with Des Anges, firstly I asked her if she was comfortable to show her face, and she told me she just understand what happened to her, and she has to be an example for other survivors. So she told me that she are not afraid to show her face, but I understood that responsibility for the child of des anges. So as he's a little boy, I couldn't show the face of that child, and that's why we found ways to hide his face. And what I have to add, it's for the audience, is many times here in Congo we have many NGO which work with survival of sexual violence, but they most focused on the weak situation of those people, those survivors. And today, I think the good way to help those people is to give them a chance, to give them a way to tell themselves their stories and how they build their perspective about their lives. And I think it will be a good way to end even stigmatization of those people. And lastly, I think in sexual violence, I had to work most with them, with survivors, even the prosecutors who help them to fight, to have again the hope and to build again their lives. The first step to heal from the trauma is to speak, to be able to denounce, and we can't heal if we don't denounce. And des anges is a living example, and a living example to help those, a really example based to local perspective, to end stigmatization and to give hope and life for those survivors. And then, for example, I can provide with this occasion to speak about, for example, the future of Letter to My Child from Rape. Des Anges told us that she should like this letter travel around the world to attend politicians or other survivors, even other people who can participate in ending sexual violence. That's why we continue to work with the whole team to see how we can increase the audience, and for example, for using the local language Kiswahili is to bring that film to those survivors in village areas who most people don't speak French, don't speak English, and to recognize themselves in that story of des anges. I think it's a good way to help them to break the silence and then to begin the healing process.
Thank you so much. We are running a bit out of time, so I would really ask for short closing statements. I would start with Christina Lamb, then Kristina Wolff, and then we will end with Ifeoma, with whom we opened. I think that's around. No more questions, sorry. We are really on the time limit. We are really sorry for that.
Just to say quickly, I mean, I think we've kind of covered most of the things, but there was mention of NGOs, and just one thing to bear in mind with the whole discussion of, getting consent and things. So often, as journalists, we're taken to meet people by NGOs. Those NGOs actually have a lot of power over the people we're going to see, because it may be through them that they're getting fed. If they're in a refugee camp, it might be through them that they're getting better shelter or rations, so they might have an interest in actually thinking that they need to say something more dramatic in order to get better supplies. And I'm afraid I have seen that happen with NGOs, and in the Rohingya camps, Gutbelong, I was taken by an NGO to see a woman who had been raped, and there was literally a queue of journalists that had been taken to see her, and that just is completely wrong. And I mean, there were thousands and thousands of people in that camp. You didn't need to take everybody to hear the same woman and make her go through the same story over and over again.
Kristina.
Thank you. I would use the last words to address to everyone, no matter where you are, no matter who you are, no matter what gender you are. This panel, this discussion, this Human Rights Film Festival made clear what the theme, what the topic is about. Please ask yourself, what is my role? What can I do? What is my personal responsibility? Where can I start? Do not hide behind activists or NGOs. Start to educate, start to empower, start to tell the stories, start to think who you allow to tell stories, start to think who you allow how to tell stories, and start to think how you personally can push this issue on priority list #1. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Ifeoma, do you have some last words for us?
Yes, just very quickly. Yep. So for me, basically, I'm fortunate to be in a medium where, because it's theater and it's a play, we can mix we can mix victims' stories, sometimes portrayed by other actors. So sometimes we're mixing survivors with non-survivors, actors with musicians, and the story gets mixed up. It is not necessarily the victim's story who may be on stage that is performing their own particular story. We give people the option to pick what you want to talk about. This I've discovered organically, is a powerful way for a victim to be sitting on stage but telling another person's story, and they are telling someone else's story. It makes it like a family of performers and works very, very well and very powerful. Now, my last words would be to remember that, yes, Khanna has talked about privilege, Kristina has talked about privilege, to be careful about the privilege, but to know that it is through those stories being told that victims who choose to be silent can live. That in fact, we found and learned in the 6 years doing this, that those that are quiet want those that want to speak. They are happy that someone is speaking and telling the story for them. So I would say that, and I would again add that just see where you and your complacency contributes to the problem, where even if you're just sitting and watching, you might not be active enough, because the time is now, we're in the year 2020. Some of these things that happen seem like they come from a medieval era, and it's all over the world. So if you may be sitting in a bubble somewhere thinking, this doesn't make sense, try to find out, now that there's an internet, now that there is a global world that's connected, how can you play a small part in changing and transforming the world? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all 5 of you. It was truly inspiring, and it opened a few new windows, at least for me. I hope also for our audience here and online. For the audience online, we are going to try to answer your questions afterwards by asking our experts on their opinion and typing it in. Thank you so much. Just, we are going into a break right now. There's coffee, there will be cake or cookies, and I'm sure there's something left from lunch, so please feel free. I would love to do I'm the director of a film festival. I have to mention films at some point. I would love to mention the screening of Mrs. F about Ifeoma tonight here at Bufa. Please join us. It's going to be very interesting, also followed by a talk. And also, every time someone talks about it, it goes in my head like blop, 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 and films blop up. So when Bernadette was talking about the DR and Congo and how it's important that there are other stories told than about war, and there are also stories from inside Congo told, there is a rather tricky and interesting and I would like to recommend it, a film coming up which is called Stop Filming Us, where a Dutch filmmaker goes into Congo, meets Congolese journalists, and they tell him basically their view of their own country and ask him please to stop doing those kind of films that we know that and have that many of them. So 2 warm film recommendations. You also can stream all films online and zoom in for the Q&As on our Facebook page. Thank you so much. See you later. So, we are live. Our last panel for the first conference say, oh wow, that was an experience. Our first hybrid conference. Thank you so much upfront for all your patience with us. I have here next to me 2 wonderful persons. David, no, my brain just freezes.
Sorry, that's fine, it's a long day. So I'm Gavin Rhys and I work for the Dart Centre for Journalism and Trauma.
And next to us is Leslie Thomas, and you two are going to talk about the media guidelines you're developing together and about storytelling. And I'm very much looking forward to this panel. And it's so nice to have Leslie also with us here again. I was just put into the camera perspective because I was outside of it, so sorry about it. But I only wanted to say I'm very much looking forward to this last panel, and I leave the stage to you, and please enjoy our last talk, and if you have questions online, please write them. We will try to answer them as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, it's nice to see everybody, sort of. I apologize, but there's an echo on this end, but is there an echo there or no?
A little bit of crackle. But.
Okay. I'm not sure if it's from here or if there's something I should do about that. But I can reduce the sound and maybe that will fix it. Gavin and I are colleagues and working together on what are loosely called media guidelines, along with Christina Lamb, and who we were so honored to be joined with today, and a number of advisors who have also participated, Sherizaan, Minwalla, and others. And what I was hoping in discussing today is that maybe Gavin can help us think about the practicalities of what we're talking about. The panelists today raised really important challenges and opportunities around documentation of grave crimes, and particularly conflict-related sexual violence, and kind of a duality that we sit in between a desire to do no harm, a desire to be respectful allies, a desire to carry forth stories and privilege in open society, and opportunities for justice and knowledge when survivors want that to happen. And Gavin, your work at the Dart Center kind of has done that always, and then now this collaboration around guidelines is specifically targeted at those activities. So I thought maybe we could just start right there. You know, can you speak a little bit about the duality of this work and how you approach it?
Okay, Lizzie, you cut out there, but I think I got a sense of where we're going and a kind of throw. So various people, before I came onto the stage, came up to me and said, make sure that you give like really practical advice. Okay, and I'm going to intend to give practical advice, but slightly bad news is kind of folded into that. Because what the practical advice I'm going to share with people on this call isn't quick and practical advice. What we're really talking about when we're talking about working with victims and survivors is growing one's level of understanding and building competencies. And that's partly because trauma as an experience affects different individuals in different ways. And just as when you think as a media practitioner that you've understood exactly how to interview somebody, or just when you think, I know all the issues there are to know about covering sexual violence, you're going to be caught out and you'll find yourself in a place where something can happen or develop in the interaction between you and your interviewee, which can leave the pair of you stranded and potentially in an uncomfortable place. So really what we're trying to think about, we're not to focus on, is building expertise. And if you're working on conflict-related sexual violence, there are so many different kinds of expertise that you need to acquire. There's the question of physical safety. So what do you need to know about the politics of the situation, the context of the particular group of people that you're reporting on, how the material is going to be used, the changing nature of the situation. Very, very small things. It could be unequal body position. It could be taking somebody to a place that somehow reminds them of the place that the attack happened, or not thinking through kind of thoroughly what does it take to make somebody feel more secure. So one of the defining features of trauma exposure is that it takes away a sense of control from people. So as a media worker, what can the media worker do to bring back little elements of that control? We heard a lot of people today talk very thoughtfully and eloquently about the importance of informed consent. And now that's a way of giving back elements of control, of making sure that you're talking about things that the person is going to be comfortable about. But it's not just on a big picture level, it's also on a micro level. So if somebody's talking to a vulnerable, or is planning to interview a vulnerable person, how far does one involve them in the decisions about the nature of the conversation? Where is it going to take place? Who's going to be involved? Is there anything that person doesn't want to talk about? What time of day would be best for them? How long will the conversation go on? Now, often when people start talking about their personal experiences, start talking about, terrifying things that have happened to them, they can kind of lose that monitoring sense that's looking after their own well-being. And also if you've got a journalist as an authority figure asking those questions, it's quite hard sometimes for that person to stop speaking it also, they might find it hard to stop speaking just because of the chain reaction of talking about something traumatic, feeling back in the moment, one thing occurs to them, then another thing, and they find themselves going ever and ever deeper into the story. So filmmakers, journalists aren't clinicians, but they have a responsibility to think about and safeguard the emotional safety of the person they're talking to during the interaction. You could ask, for example, when will I know if I've had enough? When will I know, rather, when you've had enough? Being able to get up and kind of, encourage the person to shake their body, as Jennifer was saying in the session earlier, making a cup of tea together. All of these things that help kind of pace out the process. There are other things, little things from the clinician's toolkit that are worth knowing about. Sometimes when people experience traumatic attacks, their memory is disjointed, very fragmented. It's almost as if the brain has squirreled away fragments of the experience in places that the person can't reach. People sometimes get things jumbled up. They get the order mixed up. When you're trying to survive a violent attack, you're not in the middle of that attack. Nobody is thinking, how am I going to tell this story coherently to a journalist 2 years later? So the brain kind of records sensory impressions. It may get things jumbled up. It doesn't care so much about kind of legal, juridical, kind of sort of technical chronology. And so being aware of that and understanding that people's experiences might not be quite the kind of verbatim record that you're hoping for. And also at the same time, knowing that it's important to avoid breaching people's defenses. People really believe something's true, and they're talking about something that's very personally distressing. Who are you as a media worker to challenge them? I'm going to take a step back, and I think Leslie's probably going to want to come in a bit, and also say something kind of quite obvious, is that there are guidelines out there for journalists and media workers, but they're often not very helpful. And the reason that they're not very helpful is that they speak in very kind of broad terms. Like classically in Britain, lots of the journalistic codes say things like, you must avoid as a reporter causing unnecessary distress. And there are a number of problems with that. The first thing is, it's very usual, very normal, for people to experience distress when talking about distressing things. So really what we're talking about is how do you hold and contain a conversation about something distressing in which somebody may become very emotionally activated by that conversation without it being abusive or likely to cause kind of further damage. Distress itself isn't the problem. The issue is often, how do we sit with it? How do we give people space to work, to kind of regather their thoughts, to find some kind of order in a confusing and frightening experience? And how do we as a reporter or a filmmaker sit there and work with that in a way that doesn't say to the other person, your distress is bad. You shouldn't be feeling bad. I want you to feel happy. I want you to be coherent. I want you to be all these things. I don't want you to be here in a place where I'm having difficulty in hearing those things. So one of the things I'm going to say here, which appears like a slightly strange thing to say in a day which has been so devoted to thinking about the distress of contributors, and absolutely vitally so, is that actually, when we're working in the media, we also need to think about personal impact in order to make sure that we, as mediators of their experience, turn up in the best condition possible so that we can hear their stories and we can listen empathically and help them communicate some kind of structure to these disorganizing things that have happened to them. So self-care for media workers, understanding about personal trauma reactions, is really important. If we don't do that, particularly if we spend a long time, like very many of the people I work with do, reporting sometimes over decades about abuse and suffering in different forms, And if we don't look after ourselves and become jaded, overwhelmed, and in a place where we might have great difficulty in hearing the stories of others, we're not serving our interviewees, and we're also not serving the work. So this is why, I mean, the Dart Centre, I suppose, is remit is we do quick advice. We do advice sheets for reporters that encapsulate things in a page of A4 or even less. But what we really want to encourage as an organisation is proper dialogue between peers, so that some of the things about the challenges of the work that aren't said are voiced, very much like they have been today. And people have a space and an opportunity to deepen their skills. One other kind of sort of headline thing.
Gavin,
oh yeah, Leslie, please.
Jump in,
Yeah,
if
sorry.
I can. Thank you so much. So many rich things in there. I just want to call out one important point, which is when you talk about how you arrive, who you're speaking with, and so forth. Kristina called out a really, really important point in the earlier panel, and you have thought about this, and we spoke about it, and one of our advisors to the guidelines work that we're doing, Nadine Tunasi, an advocate at Survivors Speak Out, sent me some notes before we started today. And she said, you know, always top in the mind of survivors in working on this is whose goal are we meeting? Why are we here when we're doing an interview or filming something? And I wonder if you can speak about that a little bit, how folks in the media can arrive somewhere and really try to have a nuanced understanding of why are they there? Is this the story that really needs to be told? Is this the way it should actually be told? As Kristina pointed out earlier, if you are brought somewhere by an intermediate organization, have you really done due diligence to understand if your presence here is appropriate, or is there another way to tell the same story that uses different protagonists but still allows us to get truth? And I wondered if you could talk a little bit about that from a journalistic reporter.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I suppose that the main thing to say is that situations differ. So it goes back to the vital importance of taking a kind of case-by-case approach. And just because somebody wants to share a story doesn't mean that it's an advisable thing for that person to do necessarily. So that's the one thing to say. The other thing to say about this is that there's a kind of model in the media as an extractive process. In other words, you know, you have a newspaper, or at least you used to have newspapers. You've now got websites, and they need to be filled up with content. And very often, what's happening is that the person who's editing, looking after, in charge of the content is doing so at a great distance from the events on the ground. So you might have a reporter in a conflict zone, and they're filing material back. And the challenges in that scenario is that the worldview of the person who's on deadline in Berlin, London, New York, wherever, and the situation of the person on the ground is very different. And all kinds of things can kind of get lost or not thought about in that process. So you have a kind of extractive model, and what tends to happen is that the further people are away, then it's harder to see what's going on. Thankfully, I think now, particularly when it comes to the most sensitive of stories, there's a big kind of popular movement within, you know, the media. I mean, led by journalists themselves, by the way, not so much by outside organizations, although they've also obviously had an impact in framing the debate, in which committed reporters are finding ways of pushing back and saying, you heard Kristina speaking on the stage today, talking about how she's taking control to make decisions about whether some stories should be told, even if the person wants to tell them, kind of thing. One thing I do think is very, very important in this kind of work is to think more about collaboration rather than extraction. So we've already heard people talk about the importance of informed consent. There's a very brilliant American journalist who's worked a lot in the Great Lakes region in Africa called Gina Moore, who prefers to use the term meaningful consent. Does somebody really, really understand what this involves? I mean, how far do you have to go to make sure that somebody really understands? One other thing I'd say to this as well is that there are no guarantees. Okay, you do every mitigation possible. You can talk to somebody, you can be pretty sure they understand exactly what they're doing, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the process is going to fall out well for them. All kinds of things can happen. There are all kinds of things that are beyond one's control, including the potential reactions of malevolent political actors who may take up the story in different forms. So an ultimate level of consent in that process is that one has to explain that and to make it clear to the person that there's no way that there can be a guarantee that this can be an absolutely safe process. It's a risk for everybody involved. The issue is more about kind of minimizing the risk. I do think that kind of creativity is a really important part of collaboration and how somebody feels about the work that's generated. Do you want to follow up on that a bit? Have I answered that, or is there another specific thing you'd like to dig into, Leslie?
I think we might also just, and you're almost leading into it passively with the creativity. One of the things that, this idea, it was mentioned earlier, the prosecutors told the story of conflict-related sexual violence through the journey of prosecution of that. So it's extremely specific about what happened, but it is through the eyes of lawyers as they're collaborating with their clients and the people that they represent. It was mentioned in an earlier panel, the stories of medical workers, so on and so forth. And I just wonder, a little bit if you want to talk about how journalists and filmmakers and so forth might think about those stories, and with the full understanding that there may be pressure from them, from sort of the home base or the funding base or the gatekeepers base, not to do that. So maybe we could just talk about
Yeah, sure. I think it's one of the distinctive things that people working in the media, experienced people, bring, is often an incredible ability to make very complex situations intelligible to people. I mean, we often quite rightly complain about the way that certain kinds of reports, particularly short reports, simplify complicated situations or oversimplify things. But actually, if you read a really good featured article and think about all of the strands that have been woven into that article in describing a complex situation, it's an immense skill to be able to tell these difficult stories and to give a kind of place and a focus for the politics, the sociology, the personal experience, the past, and the future potential consequences. And very many reporters, particularly dedicated long-form reporters and documentary makers, do that brilliantly well. And another way of kind of looking at this is to think back to the experience of somebody who's survived atrocity, and to think what it's like for that person if they become tagged and reduced to the atrocity. So in other words, when we're reporting on people who have suffered sexual violence, we want to have to be really careful that we don't reduce them to the sexual violence. And that often happens to people who need trauma therapy or trauma treatment, is they feel that their world kind of shrinks and they sort of become the bad thing that happened to them. It sort of clouds out everything else. And so reporting that can portray variation, change, hope, people doing well, people not doing so well, and can be honest and faithful to the situation, creates a space in which it's more like kind of the totality of life rather than the idea that the only thing you need to know about trauma is the worst aspects. There's maybe sometimes in some reporting a slight danger in either tipping towards ruination or tipping towards the other kind of slightly, oh, well, X is really happy this happened to her because it's made her a stronger person, kind of useless reporting. But portraying light and dark is really, really vital in good kind of narrative telling. And also it's a sign of respect, and it's a way of according dignity back to the people in our films and stories.
I received a question here. Could you go a little bit further into this idea of meaningful consent, as separate from informed consent? And I know we talked a lot about that at our last gathering, and maybe you could explain a bit more what that could look like for those in the room.
Yeah, sure. I guess that the reason for using that expression is partly because the brutal truth is that if you use the expression informed consent, you may feel that it's enough just to have informed someone. In other words, so it's just a kind of tick box. I've got the tick on the form, therefore it's done. And so meaningful consent is more about having an honest conversation about the process, what's going to happen, who's going to see it, who's going to see something, how's it going to be made. A very good illustration of this, I think, comes from a series of stories an American journalist, Christina Lamb, did about sexual assault on American campuses. And this was really early on in the reporting, before the Me Too thing. And she'd been very good at building up relationships with young women who wanted to tell their stories. And she interviewed them very carefully and very sensitively. And she was planning to follow up the same people over a period of time. And her first interviewees all bugged out and turned against her. And, she thought, well, I've done this, I've been as sensitive as I possibly can. What's gone wrong? Why are they no longer speaking to me? And what happened was that she did the interviewing very well, published the piece, wrote it, with kind of usual kind of classical brilliance. And then these young women saw the stories about their lives and were horrified to find quotations from the alleged perpetrators. And obviously the journalist had to give them the right to reply because she was naming them. And she'd framed the articles in a way that any not dispassionate person who's not involved would have clearly seen that they weren't being in any sense given power or given the benefit of the doubt or, being supported in any way. But because it was so personal to the women involved, their reaction was, how could you have talked to these monsters? And so for her, the process of meaningful consent became a process of really explaining, this is what I'm going to do in the reporting. I'm going to be talking to these people. I have to. I'm a journalist. This is how the media works. And you can go on. An example for filmmakers would be actually showing people what kinds of films you make and explaining the process. Showing people how the camera works, being very clear that they understand that these things can appear on social media and that other people in their community might see them. Sussing out the power relationships was my interviewee put up by the community to talk to me because they want some kind of political traction over another political group, which happens very much in the Iraq case of the Yazidi victims and survivors. In some of those interview situations, the women had essentially been sacrificed by the community. So they would have a life of shame after telling their stories, but also they could be used as a battering ram against the people who are oppressing the broader community. So this stuff has to kind of be understood and kind of gone into in these sort of very kind of complex situations.
Just for those audience members who maybe didn't, or folks online, if they didn't hear Sherizaan Minwalla speak a couple of times today, and we've posted 2 papers that she did on this topic in the Yazidi community in research and data, very nuanced analysis of the situation. I would encourage them to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing I think worth picking up on this is, again, it's going back to the idea of what kind of relationships and interactions are we talking about? And one of the places that, particularly for documentary makers and photojournalists working on long format projects, places where things can go wrong, is through having kind of fuzzy, unclear boundaries. So falling into a space where one turns up as a false friend or inadvertently promising kind of future emotional support. And when that, every situation I know when that happens, it nearly always happens for the best of reasons, not the worst of reasons. The worst of reasons is faking it in order to get a story. But what often happens is that the filmmaker feels immense concern for their interviewee, perhaps a feeling of shame or guilt that may have sort of been picked up from the shame or guilt that the person they're talking to is holding, because shame is contagious in different ways. A desperate desire to help, and so then they overpromise, and then the person becomes dependent because they expect a certain kind of support, and then the filmmaker finds out that they can't deliver it. And what that can be devastating for the interviewee, and it can also be really problematic for the filmmaker. A few years, well, 2 years ago, not very long ago, the Dart Centre was tasked by the Wellcome Foundation to do a big piece of research, which I led, looking at the sources of operational distress in UK television. And it was looking at documentary people and also people working in other kinds of factual formats within TV. And although we'd set out as looking for, the idea of how many people have seen car crashes, how many people have been impacted by trauma, how many people are being sexually harassed, almost the number one issue that came up as a significant generator of distress within the filmmaking and TV community was feeling unequal to the task of working with vulnerable people and not feeling properly supported. And that was in various places, including in people who are making, dedicated current affairs television programs. And so what that was about really was a lack of mentoring and a lack of investment in the industry in trauma awareness and in preparing people for these encounters, and in particularly in talking about how to manage boundaries. And that's a real shame, because I know very many extremely experienced TV producers and film producers who are absolutely brilliant mentors at helping prepare, less experienced producers to do that kind of work. I mean, Leslie will be one of them. But people don't identify the need. And so this whole thing about sharing skills and sharing understanding is, I hope, something that we're going to concentrate more and more in the future.
I would entirely agree, and I appreciate your sort of shout out or nod to the particular challenges and opportunities around long form work, be it long form, a book, long series of multi-part written pieces that you alluded to, or a long form documentary, because on the one hand you have time to build a relationship, you give space to listen and to navigate relationships. But on the other hand, those same relationships could or could not be inadvertently toxic, dangerous to those involved, and have a traumatizing outcome just when you were trying not to. I would perhaps add, as a filmmaker, a specific example that we discussed with a number of survivors, and that I have really been trying to put into my own practice, and Nadine and I spoke about it, is the fact that if you film someone, just as if you interview them orally, that does not mean that they will end up in the final film, or the final edit, or the final article. And what is the challenge when someone has shared extraordinarily personal and important information with another human being, and then for a complex set of reasons that piece of information is not in the final public presentation? One of the things that we've talked about putting in the media guidelines that will be forthcoming, informed consent would say, you may choose to give me some information which may or may not end up in the final product. Would you still like to give that information? That might be part of meaningful consent rather than simply informed consent.
Yeah, and also, I mean, on top of that, this kind of idea of consent is like a rolling process to some extent. I mean, there are some kinds of films, particularly films that are made about vulnerable children in the United Kingdom, in which the people who are in the film have the right to pull their permission right up until broadcast, up until the final viewing. Now that's very, very scary for filmmakers, but it can be a responsible way of working on certain projects. But the kind of rolling consent thing there would be that if somebody had explained something in a very kind of convoluted and difficult way, and were insisting on specific details being really, really important, it might be something that the interviewer has to do at that time is to explain that, the film's going to be an hour. We've probably just got 30 seconds for this bit, and so we're going to have to think about ways of just picking up on the things that people really need to know from this. And I'm not sure actually I'm going to be able to explain that. Thank you for sharing it with me. It's really helping me to understand that. But I want so in other words, involving them a little bit more in the process might be something that's good to do at particular moments.
Absolutely.
And if people get very carried away and they say something, and particularly if they come across as they're being a bit spacey, you might want to check back that day and say, do you know, you did tell me about this one thing. I'm not sure. What do you think? Is it something you'd like to, you'd want to include in the film, or how do we deal with that? So whatever it is, there are different ways of thinking about this as a kind of more of a kind of collaborative process. At some level, you have to make decisions. I remember interviewing somebody, not about sexual violence, but about Hiroshima, in which this person really, really, really wanted to go into a degree of detail that I can't share with you today, and there's no way we could have shared it. And that's very complex. I mean, Kristina was talking very interestingly about that thing about do you censor or do you not censor? And again, this is kind of a long format thing, but one of the considerations is the final account going to be intelligible? Is the final account going to be something that the other person can absorb? And for any of us who've worked for long periods on stories that are about very difficult, challenging atrocities, our kind of level about what we can hear and listen to is probably way beyond the general public. So if we'd cut the Hiroshima film in the way that felt like the most accurate description of what happened, everybody would have turned off in 30 seconds. There's no way people would have watched it. In fact, when we showed the rough cut to the commissioning editors, they came back to the director and just said, "You're crazy, you can't show this, you can't broadcast this is insane." And so we had to find a way of titrating, turning it down, calibrating it. And the effect is the same, so people who don't know the true horror of what happened would find it absolutely horrific. If I watch the final film, again, which I worked as a producer on, it's really vanilla as far as I'm concerned, because it doesn't go into the extra stuff that I knew. But the impact on the audience is still massive.
I think all of us that work in grave human rights abuses probably have to go through this journey and kind of think of it from many, many different angles before we begin is a little bit of the takeaway. I'm being told that we're wrapping up here in this part, and I know that this is just a tiny conversation in something that your work has just looked at so richly, and that we are very excited to be collaborating, our larger team, Kristina and myself and those other advisors, in putting together some special media guidelines. And I would just say to the audience here and those who have been online, this is a very collaborative process which the Dart Center is leading us through. We're really interested in various experiences from media because we would like to make something that is useful and practical, and is not so general that it's sort of like, well, that's lovely, but how would we go about that? Or that shies away from the difficult challenges. I wonder, Gavin, if you would like to leave us with any final comments kind of about this kind of work, as it applies to the topics we've discussed today, or this issue that we didn't touch on.
Yeah, I mean, some very kind of simple things, sort of almost kind of sort of like Instagram campaign comments. So to make things kind of practical and simple would be saying things like, see the person first, then the story. Help people to tell their stories in their own way and in their own time. treat everybody as an individual. So in other words, we talk about dignity and human dignity. What we really mean is that you don't need to agree with somebody. So sometimes we could be talking to people who actually have who are nevertheless victims or survivors, but nevertheless have pretty complex or rebarbative political views. But see the person as a person. And also, again, a final thing our responsibility isn't only just to think about how the people in our stories are affected by stuff that happens, but our responsibility is to understand the interactions between them and ourselves, and also interactions between audiences. So if we think about trauma as an experience that fragments and disconnects people, it can disconnect people from others in their community, and it can disconnect people from themselves. What we can do as folk in the media is create opportunities for people to feel heard and understood, and in a way connected to something bigger than themselves and connected to just the awful thing that happened to the moment it happened to them. That's not easy. It's a real challenge. Sometimes it won't, sometimes it's things that happen that don't work out so well. But if we don't create the spaces for these stories, then the alternative is silence and repression and further abuse and authoritarian control. So this is a really important enterprise that both us working in the media and also folk who are victims and survivors are jointly engaged in. And that's really, I think, what we mean by collaboration.
Thank you so much. And I would say that you have gone well past the hashtag and slogan with those comments and the thinking that you've put into this. And I know the large team, that have been behind this. We speak a lot about this issue of holding these dual responsibilities, and it is not easy. But if we shy away, the price, I think, is impossibly high to pay. So we need to go no way around it but through, and then we need to be willing to risk getting it wrong and continually learning again and again from this kind of thoughtful study. I really appreciate you taking the time today to join us and the work that we're doing, and we're looking forward to sharing it out. And I am told that my task at the moment is to do a little brief wrap-up. And then we are going to be joined, Christina Lamb is going to be doing a brief reading of her exceptional book. And if that is correct, I will do just a bit of housekeeping here. I want to say on behalf of all of the team, Artworks Projects, and the Film Festival and the Hertie School, thank you so much to the Film Festival staff who make everything possible, and for putting this workshop together today, and Schroeder and Anna, and all of the absolute brilliant panelists. I would strongly encourage you to Google them, to find their readings and writings, films and their art. They taught us so much today, and we hope the conversation will continue as together we learn how to do a better and better job of being responsible media around storytelling, and partnering with being an ally too, partnering with our allies, our experts, who are often survivors or legal victims. I want to, my dog is chiming in as well, please excuse him. I want to close with a very, a classic and straightforward line that Nadine, the advocate at Survivors Speak Out, left with me. You've heard this all many times before, but simply nothing about me without me. And as we hold that sentiment, and that inclusive and collaborative sentiment, I think it gives us marching orders to look forward and see how we can be media makers and storytellers to best effect. We look forward to continuing to work with all of you, and thank you very much. And if I have missed something, I suspect Anna will do the better housekeeping. Thank you.
In terms of housekeeping, no, you didn't miss a spot. It's flawless. Thank you so much, Leslie. It was an experience and journey, and wonderful to working with you and Anne on putting together this conference. And my hope is that by live streaming it, we will leave it online. We will put also a cut-it version online. So please share it, because I think it's also interesting to listen to it, not live, but afterwards. Now we are welcoming back Christina Lamb on stage, which is my pleasure, and talk a bit more about her book, which is going to be released in Germany pretty soon, or is already. It's already here, so you can also get one afterwards. It's my pleasure. Welcome back. Yeah, let's sit. I mean, we did hear. So we are going also to live stream this on YouTube in case you want to tweet about it and share it. We are always very thankful for that. So we already talked a bit about your book today, but just in case, so if people are new online or new in the room, can you describe us a bit how it came that you wrote the book, and how long you wrote about, how long it took you to write it, and what's it about? I don't want to tell your story.
All right, thank you very much. So it's called Our Bodies, Their Battlefields, and it really is about how the bodies of women have become battlefields, or have been battlefields for centuries, actually. And I wrote this book because I was angry at what I was seeing as a reporter. I'd been a journalist for more than 30 years, mostly in conflict zones. And in the last few years, I'd seen more violence against women, more brutality than in the whole rest of my career, and stories that I just found unimaginable, starting with Yazidis who I met at a refugee camp on a Greek island called Leros 5 years ago, who just told me about being captured by ISIS fighters and taken and kept as their sex slaves and traded from one to another as if they were goats. And I then, shortly after that, you might remember in Nigeria, the Chibok girls were captured from their school in the middle of the night and by Boko Haram fighters who took them into the Sambisa forest. And that was 5 years ago, and to this day, only about 100 of them have been rescued. There's more than 100 still missing. But when I went to talk to people in northern Nigeria about it, I found that tens of thousands of girls were being taken. And this was actually just the tip of the iceberg. And really the only reason that that captured international attention was because of the hashtag Bring Back Our Girls, which you remember lots of people like Michelle Obama and Kim Kardashian were holding up the placards and doing selfies. And then shortly after that were the Rohingya women who were fleeing Myanmar or Burma, and where they had been, their villages had been invaded by Burmese soldiers and their houses set fire, their husbands had been killed or captured. Many of the women were then taken into the rice fields or tied to banana trees and gang raped, and often in front of their children. So these things all happened within the space of 3 years. I was meeting lots of these women and hearing the most horrendous stories, reporting the stories as many other people were. And there was lots of international outrage, and yet nothing happened. And I started to wonder, I mean, how can these things be going on in the 21st century? The worst possible things you can imagine happening to somebody, and yet nothing changing and nobody being brought to justice. And to this day, not a single ISIS fighter has been convicted for what they did to the Yazidis. Not a single Boko Haram fighter has been convicted in Nigeria for what they've done to girls there. And similarly with Myanmar and the Rohingya, there has yet to be anything, although there is a case at the International Court of Justice. So this made me very angry. And around the same time, you remember about 3 years ago, the Me Too movement happened. And I kind of had mixed feelings about that, because on one hand, it seemed like, great that finally people were coming forward and not accepting sexual abuse and assault from powerful people anymore. But I also felt dismayed that it was happening at such a level in so many places. But it made me also wonder, it's hard enough for women in the West who've been through these things to come forward and speak. And these were women who had access to resources, to lawyers, to media. Imagine if you're in a remote village in the Congo where the people carrying out the rape are militias with Kalashnikovs that control the area, or maybe people who are in the government itself or in the army or police. What hope have you got, and what does the Me Too movement mean to people like that? So that's what made me decide to start really collecting these stories and showing and telling the stories in the own words of survivors and victims, so that people could just see what scale this was going on.
Listening to you now, I thought how, if I talk to people, many people tell me that, oh no, I don't read newspaper regularly because it's too hard to take in. And I'm like, yeah, but that's the word. But now I was sitting there and I was thinking, how can you take in all those stories? And as a war reporter, I always find it very fascinating for me, being very safe here in Berlin. How do you take the stories in and still believe in a better future?
Well, that's a good question. There's no glossing over this. These are really difficult stories. These are hard stories to listen to, hard stories to write, hard stories to read. My book is not a comfortable book to read. But just because things are uncomfortable, I don't think that we should ignore them. And if, as we've been talking all afternoon, if we stay silent, things will not change. I think that I felt when I was writing the book and also listening to women's stories and girls' stories, because these were often young girls that this happened to, I just felt so angry, and however hard it was for me to listen, it was much harder for them to tell. And so I felt very strongly that their stories should be told in the way that they wanted them told. But I also met a lot of incredibly brave people. A lot of the women that I spoke to were risking their lives to speak out, to try and get justice. And it seemed to me that the least we could do is to listen to those stories. And in fact, one of the girls that really moved me, who I met in Germany, who in the state of Baden-Württemberg, where they took in 1,100 Yazidi girls who had been held by ISIS. And I met a 16-year-old girl there who told me that she had been kept by a fat ISIS judge who raped her every night. And she said, but the worst night of my life was when he brought back a 10-year-old girl and raped her in the room next door to me, and I could hear her crying for her mother all night. And when she was telling that story, it was so difficult for her to tell, and she kept stopping, and I kept saying to her, are you sure that you really want to carry on? And she said to me, absolutely, because I don't want anybody to be able to say they didn't know.
I think the importance for me of storytelling is, and especially of documentary is not just film, but also your book, in a sense, is a documentation, is like Nadia Murad also mentioned in the opening speech last night. Those things help us to see atrocities that are happening elsewhere so that we can't say we didn't know what happened there. I think that's very important. And I know you have prepared a small reading, so I would leave the stage to you and then come back with questions.
Thank you. The topic of this conference is the future is now. And it seems to me that now is the time to end the silence. And I thought I would read you a little bit from my book that just gives a sense of how long some of the women have been fighting to try and change this. And anybody that heard the earlier session with Khanna speaking about what happened in the Philippines, I thought I'd just tell you a little bit about some incredible women that I met there. Heavy storm clouds rumbled overhead as I pushed open the black metal gate in a suburban street of northern Manila and entered a small house. Inside, a stray marmalade cat wandered through, arching its tail into a question mark, and two little old ladies met and embraced. They discussed their health, their grandchildren and great-grandchildren, the journey there to Quezon City in the capital's notorious traffic, nothing out of the ordinary. They were there, however, because they shared a most terrible bond. When they were girls so young that they had not even started their periods, they were raped over and over by Japanese soldiers who had occupied their country. On the wall behind them, row upon row of faces of old women looked out from a photo montage, some stern, some kindly, some gazing directly, some looking away with haunted eyes. All of them were so-called comfort women, kept as sex slaves by the Imperial Japanese Army during World War II in one of the biggest officially sanctioned systems of sexual violence and trafficking in history. It's a term the women don't like, preferring Lolas, an affectionate name for grandmother in the local Tagalog language. Those on the wall are the departed. They died without receiving justice. No apology, no compensation, not even an acknowledgement of the terrible wrong that was done to them. Their own country's history books carry no mention of them. Among them was Lola Priscilla, who after her captivity could never again sleep a full night, so she embroidered murals of flowers and houses while her children were sleeping. And Antonita, who used to loiter around the crumbling Spanish fort in the remains of the old walled city, so she could pester tourists and point them to the dungeon where the Japanese had executed her husband before she was enslaved. Of those who came forward, only 9 were known to be left, most of those bedridden, hard of hearing or suffering dementia. Lola Narcissa and Lola Estelita were among the last survivors still standing, both knowing they will almost certainly die without justice. Lola Narcissa, who everyone calls Lola Isang, was just 12 when the Japanese soldiers came for her in 1942. Everything about her was neat, from her black dress sprigged with white leaves and matching black and white slip-on sandals, to her short white hair tucked behind her ears, small gold rings in her ears, and the single gold band on her wedding finger. When she cried, the tears fell neatly and silently, and she dabbed at her eyes with a perfect white flannel square taken from her flower-embroidered bag. The ordeal she was describing had happened more than 75 years ago. Yet to this day, if she hears screaming, she freezes, thinking Japanese soldiers are coming. It is an everlasting nightmare, she said. Just going to read you a little bit more. Find it. Around 200,000 girls and women in Asia are believed to have been forced into sexual slavery by Japanese soldiers during the Second World War. The majority were from South Korea, but they also came from other countries occupied by Japan, including China, Malaya, Burma, what is now Indonesia, and the Philippines, as well as a smaller number of European origin. It was an official system, ironically created to assuage international outrage at the mass rapes of Chinese women and girls in 1937 by the Imperial Japanese Army during their onslaught on Nanjing in the Second Sino-Japanese War. And yet, after the war, there was silence in Japan as officials insisted the comfort stations never existed or that the women were paid prostitutes. It couldn't stay hidden forever, however, as gradually more and more survivors came forward. But although what happened in South Korea became well known, in the Philippines it remained hidden, even though almost every major city and garrison had had a comfort station. For decades, no one talked about it. Then one day, in 1992, Narcissa was listening to the radio while cooking when a woman called Rosa Henson came on the air. She told of how she had been 15 when abducted by Japanese soldiers and kept for 9 months, being raped, sometimes by as many as 30 men in a night. I lay with my knees up and feet on the mat as if giving birth, she said. I felt like a pig. Now I am telling my story so they will feel humiliated. Rosa was the first survivor to go public, and Narcissa couldn't believe what she was hearing. I had been praying and thinking, how can I tell my story? So when I heard Rosa call on women who had been violated to come forward, it took me a while, but finally I realized that this is the way. There was, however, a major problem. Narcissa had never told her children what had happened to her. Me and my husband had decided not to tell the kids, she said, when they were at school, so all we told them was we were imprisoned in the war. We said, when you have problems with us, you should be thankful you have parents because ours were killed. The children found out when they saw me on TV doing an interview. When I went home, one of my daughters told me, I'm ashamed of what you're saying. You didn't tell us you were raped. How can I see my friends anymore after what you said? You have brought shame on us. They stopped talking to me for a long time. It was so painful because I was already a victim of the Japanese soldiers. I didn't expect my children to do that. So I was victim twice of the Japanese and my family. Eventually, her husband explained to them what had happened, telling them, don't blame your mother, she had no choice, and that they hadn't told them before because they were too young. It took a while for them to understand and accept, she said. Now they support me in the call for justice and are very active. They promise me, if we don't get justice while you are still alive, we will continue the fight. I go on protests whenever I can, as till now, I feel so angry at what those Japanese did to me and my family that if I saw them today, I would kill them. At the time, I could not do anything. I was helpless. I told you that story because I thought it brought home the importance of telling the stories.
Thank you so much. And I also think it gave a wonderful impression that you're not just telling, as some could expect, the stories of atrocities, but the stories of brave women who stand up and speak out so that the world knows what's going on. The reading gave a really good impression of how you write and how you tell the stories, but could you give us a bit of a insight how you structured the stories, how you approached to tell or to write the stories you were told by those women?
So initially I was only going to tell stories of places that I'd already covered as a journalist, but as I said earlier, I mean, the more places that, so I was going back to those same places, but the more places you go to, the more places you realize that this is happening. And I started to hear other stories from people of places where different things were being done to try and change things. And I then decided to, I mean, the surprising thing is very little has actually been written on this. I mean, there aren't really histories of rape as a weapon of war or how this is being used. And so I decided that I needed to put this in some historic context, and certainly in Europe, I think for us, the first time we really became aware of this issue was the war in Bosnia and what happened there, and rape camps in the center of Europe. So, and I was under the impression, because there was international tribunals set up at The Hague afterwards, that a lot had been done about it. In fact, I was surprised when I went back to find that actually very few men had been prosecuted for the rape. And I met women there who told me that they kept seeing their perpetrators every day in coffee shops, or working in the local police, or in running into them in the street. And there's actually an incredible Bosnian woman who became so angry about this that she set up an association of women victims and survivors, and lots of people joined and told their stories. But one of the main things they do is try and track down the perpetrators and do what the police failed to do. And they have pictures of the people, and when they find out where they are, they go to The Hague, or when The Hague court was still operating, now it's domestic courts in Bosnia, and demand that they do something about it. And so they actually, this group of women, managed to get more than 100 men prosecuted, which was more than the International Tribunal had got prosecuted. So it's quite astonishing what they've done. And then I looked, well, sort of things led to other things. So, for example, when I was in Bangladesh talking to Rohingya women, actually a Bangladeshi man who'd fought in the independence war there in 1971 said to me, you know, we know all about what's happening to the Rohingya because we had this happen in our country, and so many of our women were raped by Pakistani army when during the war. And so I then went and spoke to some of the women who had been raped at that time, and they told me how they'd basically had to live their entire lives. So this was almost 50 years hidden away and in shame because they'd been cast out from their villages and families. And they'd actually set up a group which they called the Mothers Club as a way of sort of hiding what it was they were meeting about. And really, I mean, they'd been through such terrible things, but because they'd all been through it themselves, they gave each other support. So I basically went to 12 different countries, and it was always places where rape was used as a specific weapon of war. So not, because some people will say, and it's true, there's always been rape in war, and what do you expect when social order breaks down? And but I was looking at places where people were actually, where it was carried out on a wide scale, where people were told to do this because, I mean, you can't generalize. Different reasons. Sometimes for religious reasons. So the Yazidis were regarded as devil worshippers by ISIS, and for that, and so they were told it was their religious duty to do this. Sometimes for ethnic reasons, as happened in Rwanda and Bosnia. Sometimes, as we're seeing in Congo, it's in order to take control of areas where there's lucrative minerals, things that we use in our mobile phones and laptops. And so the militias use rape as a way of terrorizing the population and clearing the areas, and then can move in and take the minerals. So I was looking at all different countries where it's being used.
I do have one question at the end, because I've seen that as well. I've realized it as well, but I would love to hear what you think the reason is. There are hardly any books documenting or having historical view on rape as a weapon of war. Why do you think that is? There are also not that many good documentary films on it. There are some, but not that many. Why do you think it's either so hard or not? I don't know.
I think it's a combination of things. I think it's partly that it's a tough subject, and people think that the public don't want to know. So I mentioned earlier, like, finding it difficult to get my editors at my newspaper interested in this subject. And so I think it's partly that. I think it's partly this silence that we've talked about earlier, that, you know, histories are often, or have generally been, written by the men. Peace negotiations at the end of war have generally been men who have negotiated, and they don't see this as an important issue. So it's always been a sort of side issue. And I think that, you know, it's time for that to end. And I was really surprised that even in academic work that there is little on this, considering, you know, we're talking, I mean, as we sit here, there are hundreds of thousands of women around the world who have had this happen to them. It's not a small thing by any means. And some people that I spoke to, for example, I spoke to the Chief Justice of the courts in Iraq, where they are carrying out trials of ISIS fighters, and all of the fighters are being tried on terrorism charges. So I asked him, are the people that you're having in your court people who kept Yazidi women and raped them? And he said, yeah, of course, lots of them. So I said, well, why are you not charging anybody for that, for sexual violence and abduction? And he just looked at me and said, but why would we do that? These people killed people. And it was as if somehow the rape didn't matter. And I said to him, but the women that have been through this have to live this the rest of their lives. And most of the women that I spoke to told me they would rather have died than deal with this. And how can you not see that this is an important issue? And he just was laughing. He didn't think it was something that mattered. So, yeah, I think that that needs to change. And the other thing that I found interesting, of course, writing this book, was you start to think, but what enjoyment could men get from doing this? I mean, what, tying women to banana trees in Burma and forcing yourself on them in front of their children? I mean, how on earth could that be enjoyable for anybody? And obviously, there are lots of different theories, but there's very little written on that and very little academic research. I'd like to see much more work done on that side, because we sort of referred to earlier, this isn't just about the women. And of course, it's not just women that happens to. There is also sexual violence against men. And that's even more of a taboo subject. We hear very little about that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was also our aim of today. On one hand, to raise awareness of how carefully you have to tell those stories and how consciously you have to see the needs of the women and really use it as a tool to empower them. But on the other hand, also encourage that we need to speak more about this topic. and end the taboo around it, as well as for all humans, not gender specific. It's just to end it and to start talking about it and start prosecuting it and start being aware of it, that it's actually happening. So thank you so much that you did with your book first step in the publishing world in that direction. I truly think it's so important that we see more of that coming. And thank you so much for flying in from England. That's in this time, it's just so wonderful to have people around.
Well, thank you for inviting me, and thanks for coming. It's really nice to actually speak to real people for a change instead of a screen.
Yeah. I do have 3 last announcements before we go offline of this conference for today. First of all, please also join us tomorrow. We are going to talk about storytelling as a tool of resistance against fake news and populism, and we have amazing speakers and experts like Constanze Kurz or Markus Beckedahl from Netzpolitik. So please join us. Also, our keynote speaker, Alexandra Sengelaub, is going to give a wonderful presentation on why it's so hard to fight it, because we need to start with the why before we search for solutions. That's at least my convince. And then please really have a look through our film program. There are some really outstanding films in there. For example, today we are going to show Miss F. We met Ifeoma before, and it's really, it's so inspiring to see her for 1.5 hours on the screen. And also we show an amazing film called The Forbidden Strings about Afghan-born in Iran raised rock group who is actually playing the first rock concert in Afghanistan, and that opened my mind. I was like, a rock concert in Afghanistan, interesting. And it is a wonderful story of 4 young people fulfilling their dreams. For this, have a lovely night, and I hope that I will see some of you again tomorrow. And of course, sorry, I did mention that at the beginning, but also at the end, if you want to buy a book by Kristina, you do have the possibility now. Thank you.